27.
26.
25.
24.
23.
22. 21.
20. 19.
18.
17.
16. 15.
14.
13.
12.
11.
10.
9.
8. 7. 6.
5. 4.
3.
2.
1. 0.
Welcome everybody, and thank you so much for joining us once again for New Hope Schools Work Conference. We've already seen there's some of you joining us from the UK, some from South Africa, some from Malta. Well done for finding the YouTube stream. We are so excited that you're joining with us.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to everything that is going to happen throughout the day. Every seminar contributor, every keynote, we're really looking forward to hearing from them. But we are just delighted that you are with us. I am Jemima. I'm part of the team here at Youthscape.
My name's Phil Togwell. I'm part of the Prayer Spaces in Schools team, which is part of the 24/7 prayer movement.
Now, we know that lots of you will have been with us back 2 weeks ago on the 21st of September. We had a total technical nightmare, and we just want to say a huge thank you for those who have come back and who are joining us again. We really honour and recognise that commitment that you have given to us and given to this day to sort of set aside a second day. But also we want to just say a sorry and an apology for those of you who have had to do that, because we know that actually taking time out at the beginning of the first term is a really big deal, and so we're very, very grateful to have you, and we want to apologise for that. But we also want to move on with the day, and we are really excited for all that God is going to do. But yeah, it's great to have you with us.
It did cross my mind, Jemima, whether we should change the name of the day. I know we've got this lovely New Hope here, but as you know, I'm a bit of a sci-fi fan, and it won't have escaped some of our participants' attention that New Hope is also the name of the first Star Wars movie. And go with me here for a moment. New Hope, we had our first day 2 weeks ago, and then the technical gremlins, they're a bit like the Empire, the baddies, they struck back at us. So perhaps today could be part 3, if you like. It could be the return of the Jedi. You'd like to be a Jedi, wouldn't you? Surely. I'd love to be a Jedi. Today, could we get some new words here and call this Return of the Jedi?
Well, hopefully Phil's jokes will get better as we go along throughout the day. But we called it New Hope, and we chose that name actually months ago when we were first got together and decided to plan this conference day, back when we thought we would be able to meet in person, before we really knew the extent that COVID was going to kind of have to change our plans. And we felt back then that God was saying that there was something new, that there was a new hope that he wanted to speak to us about. And it's just become more and more relevant and more clear that actually God has something new for us, a new hope for us in this time, in this season that is so chaotic. In the new term that is so different to the September and the October that we're used to. We really believe that God has something new to say to us, has something for us today, and we're genuinely really looking forward to sharing the day with you. But we just want to start by highlighting the Bible verse that kind of we felt really went alongside the day, was part of the vision for this day. And it was Jeremiah 29:11, talking about God having a hope and a future for us. And we believe he has a hope and a future for Christian ministry in schools and Christian schools work, for those chaplains that are present in schools day in, day out, for Christian visitors like myself, youth workers who are in schools once or twice a week, for teaching staff, for those leading in education who are Christians. We believe that God is saying that in this season there is something new that he is doing and that he wants to share with us.
Yeah, it's so interesting that we've been delayed a couple of weeks, but for us, for Prayer Spaces in Schools, today is 9 years to the day exactly since we hosted our first Prayer Spaces in Schools conference in a basement in a church in North London. We thought 40 people might show up, and 100 showed up there. And then there's 1,500 of you have registered to participate in today. Some momentum has been building over the years. And also someone mentioned to us that today, the 5th of October, is UNESCO's World Teachers' Day. And interestingly, their title for today, their theme for this year is Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future, which it just really seems to connect with this idea of having new hope, looking to the future. We need to see differently if we're going to face the future with hope.
And I'd love to be able to say that 2 weeks ago when we chose a new date, we would have done that on purpose, but it definitely was a coincidence. And we also definitely noticed the coincidence that it's the first week of Black History Month. It's the first week in October. And we're going to be later on talking about racial injustice and racial diversity, and that feels like a really key theme for us. So we're delighted that we also are able to host this conference day during the first week of Black History Month. That feels really special and really significant for us as well. But Phil, do you have anyone that you're really looking forward to hearing from today?
The whole programme looks amazing for me, and so I'm delighted that I am going to get a chance to catch up later. But I think the ones that really stand out for me, I'm really looking forward to the 2 seminars around chaplaincy. So we have Josh Hunt doing a session around his research and his experience of chaplaincy in secondary schools, and then Catherine Simpson, good friend of mine, from up in Durham. She's a primary school chaplain, so she's going to be talking about being part of the furniture of school life. And I guess the other one for me that really catches my attention, we've got Bishop of Durham, Paul Butler, and the Baroness Elizabeth Berridge, who is the Under Secretary of State for the Department of Education, having a conversation about schools at the moment, what's going on in schools, and how can the church serve schools. And I think that could be a really significant session. What about you?
I'm really looking forward to Esther Deans talking about how the education system and those responsible for education can include Black history, and also can include diversity. And I'm really looking forward to her. I also think that Rach is going to be great. She's going to close the afternoon and lead us through just a reflection on that Jeremiah passage and help us think about hope. And David Wolford from Youthscape, one of my team, I think he's going to be great, talking about leading in a time of chaos and sustaining your work and your ministry in a time of chaos as well. So I think those are probably the ones that I'm most looking forward to. But the great news is, if you, like us, can't quite work out what you want to watch, who you want to listen to, which seminars you want to join, the good news is that we are recording everything. It will all be up on the internet somewhere after today, and one of the team at the end of today is going to send out an email with all the links so you can access all of it at any point. You can share it with friends, other colleagues. It will all be accessible. So we do encourage you to go back and watch other seminars that you weren't able to join, listen to other people share. Also, go back and listen to stuff if there was something that feels really significant throughout the day. Do make space to go back and listen again to some of that content if there was anything that really struck you. But it will all be there. We'll be able to access it after the day as well.
I heard a rumour there might be some outtakes from some of our pre-recorded stuff as well.
There is some disastrous outtakes from last time, so look forward to all of that.
If you haven't already received the programme, and particularly with the Zoom seminar links, you can still get it. If you're joining us just on a whim this morning, please send an email to tandia@prayerspacesinsschools.com. I think the email address should be coming up below me, somewhere about there right now. Send Tandia an email and she'll send you the Zoom links, and you can make your choice of seminars. Now, of course, we would much prefer to all be in a room together. There's nothing quite like being able to twist your chair around and introduce yourself to someone you haven't met before and share your coffee or bump into them in the exhibition area outside. And we're grieving that. To be really honest with you, we really miss that. We would love to be together and do that. But we can't do that today. So what we want to do is make the most of the chat. So in the seminars, in the Zoom seminars, there will be opportunities for breakout rooms and chance for Q&A there. But while the live stream's here in YouTube, please use the chat facilities. Please send your messages. We've had a whole bunch already from lots of different people. Jemima and I can see them on a special little screen over to our left. We've got people joining us from Liverpool and Highworth and Keynsham. I don't know where Keynsham is. Swindon, Manchester, South Africa. We've even had a comment from Fast Freestyle who says, "Why is this in my recommended?" You might have come to the wrong place. Never mind. Everyone else, stick around. It's going to be absolutely brilliant day. But please make use of the chat as we go through the day.
Great. And before we kick off, because we are about to kick off, we have so much. This day is so full of content, of wisdom. There's going to be loads throughout the day, and it's going to be fast-paced. But we just want to take a moment to pause and create space before we head into any of that, any of the, the great talks, the great insights. We want to pause and create a moment where we can just listen to God, because we're going to hear loads of voices today, but the most important voice that we're going to listen to is the voice of God. And we know that really it's only God who brings life to us. It's only God that can really speak into the things that we are struggling with. It's only God that can really speak peace into chaos that we're experiencing. So before we go any further, Phil, I'd love you to pray for us, lead us in a prayer, pray along with us at home, and just invite God to speak to you even before the day kicks off, even before we listen to our seminar speakers and our keynote contributors. Just ask God, what is it that you might be wanting to share with me today? But Phil, please do pray for us.
At the start of another busy week, we offer ourselves to you, heart and soul and mind and strength. And like Samuel, we say to you, God, speak. Your servants are listening. We do want to hear your voice among the many voices today. Amen. It's my privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, Jill Rowe. She's a great friend to us, and she's had all sorts of influence on us over the last few years, and so we are absolutely delighted to hear from Jill. 2 weeks ago, those of you who joined us might have heard her sounding a little bit like a Dalek. We are really glad, we are very hopeful as well, that we get to hear Jill's beautiful voice today.
So use the chat, send us your thoughts, your reflections. We love to hear from you. Get your notepads out. This one is really packed full of wisdom. But yeah, for now, over to you, Jill.
My name's Jill Rowe, and I'm the Ethos and Formation Director for Oasis here in the UK. It's great to be talking to you today. A few weeks ago, Michelle Obama gave a speech during which she said about young people, right now, kids in this country are seeing what happens when we stop requiring empathy of one another. They're looking around wondering if we've been lying to them this whole time about who we are and what we truly value. She was saying that they are looking to see if our hope is real. They're looking to see if our hope is real. Yes, it was about America, but some of what she said could be true of the UK as well. We're living in unprecedented times. Things we've always done no longer make sense, and the curtain's being pulled back on systems, beliefs and practices that aren't good or don't work. There's chaos and disruption and a pandemic that's highlighted the need for change. We're also waking up to the power of data and algorithms being used to determine people's fate as well. But we're seeing also some amazing goodness right now as well. During lockdown, we've been more connected to the environment and to our neighbours than we've been for years. We've heard birdsong and the earth has breathed deeply. People have checked in on their neighbours. We've seen a temporary end to homelessness. Creativity has rocketed, our consuming has dropped, and capitalism has been seen for what it truly is. People, especially young people, are calling for racial equity and a care of the environment. So the world is changing at pace, and we're entering something new, a reformation or a reformation. We've read about this stuff, but it's the first time we've ever lived it. So what does it mean to navigate this and to be bringers of hope to the children and young people we serve, knowing that some of that change is also very, very traumatic for people? Let me tell you about when I learned to swim. I was just 4 years old, and there was a lot of sinking and a lot of splashing. There were moments when I didn't know which way was up, and I didn't know if I'd get out of the pool alive. What's all this got to do with being a bringer of hope? Well, my mum was there when I was learning to swim. And in those disorientating and sinking moments, let me tell you what she said. Reach for the edge, Jill. Put your feet down on the bottom of the pool. I'm right here. My mum's voice, powerful, present, and bringing me hope. For us all, adults, children, young people right now can feel deeply unsettling. Like we're splashing around, not knowing how to swim, disorientated, even sinking. And just as my mum's words brought me hope way back then, we need to do that for our children and young people that we serve today. I'm right here. Reach for the edge, put your feet down, notice the solid ground beneath you. If you could draw a flowchart right now made up of 5 boxes, it should look like this. And I'm going to highlight 5 things that we need to grapple with in order to be bringers of hope ourselves. Firstly, recognise our influence. Recognise our influence. The word rabbi is often translated as teacher, but it's much deeper and richer than that. Jesus was a rabbi. Rabbis had followers, disciples or apprentices who were not only learning what their rabbi knew, the theology and beliefs, they were working out how do you do life through that rabbi. They watched how their rabbis reacted, their choices, the decisions, the way they treated people, their behaviours, their manner, the way they spoke and how they entered and left a room, who they ate with and what they ate. You get the picture. The most important thing for us to recognise is that we're rabbis to the children and young people we're serving. Their understanding of what it looks like to be hopeful in these chaotic and unprecedented times is significantly influenced by what they observe in us, what we say and do in this time of reformation. You've also heard of the word elder. Elders are those who have the wisdom, courage and humility to learn from what life has brought them, becoming reference points for others on how it's possible to navigate what seems unmanageable. They become storytellers, recounting with grace the path that we can take to make it safely to the other side, which means that our job is to do the hard work of making sure we're well placed to be such rabbis and elders. We each have the responsibility of doing the difficult work, the unsexy work of considering our own lives, and in particular the ego work of who we are, becoming more familiar with our interior landscape, motivations and character. Quaker Parker Palmer says this: good leadership comes from those who have penetrated their own darkness and arrived at the place where we are at one with one another. Good leaders are people who can lead the rest of us to a place of hidden wholeness because they have been there and know the way. Second thing is this: lean into the disruption and chaos of now. It's a phrase being used at the moment. It's VUCA, V-U-C-A, volatile, unpredictable, complex, ambiguous. Brené Brown identifies 2 different responses to challenging situations or chaos. One is overfunctioning, where we become really intentional about taking back control of anything within our grasp. And during the pandemic, some people got really busy doing excessive cleaning and tidying and list making and instructing others and meal planning. And for others of us, we underfunction, we lose ourselves and merge with the chaos of context or climate we're in, and can become part of the problem even ourselves. But chaos isn't something to be afraid of or withdraw from or control. It's the starting point of creativity. It's the birthplace of the new and the better. The divine pattern in the Genesis creation poem is one of chaos, hovering over the void, and then light comes and then solid ground. You know how it goes. So chaos is the starting point, not the abiding point. And if we lean into it and change our perspective, we can bring a narrative that sees the invitation of the better in the chaos of now. And when we do this, it brings hope. It changes how we see, and it will change the way children and young people see and interpret life. It brings hope. So how are you responding to the chaos? Thirdly, recognise that hope is cognitive and active. Hope has often been relegated to some kind of wishful thinking, but hope is the action that fills the space between the now and the not yet. Hope sweats and gets to work. It's cognitive. It's something that we think, then announce, and then act upon. Martin Luther King spoke about hope when he declared that he had a dream. He wasn't saying, I've got a picture. He was announcing his manifesto for what wasn't yet a reality. It was an action plan for the civil rights movement. It involved marching and imprisonment and campaigning and blood and sweat and tears. Think about the Lord's Prayer. Your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. This was a revolutionary statement of hope. It was an announcement of peace and wholeness and justice and inclusion and love and generosity, of the not yet being imagined for the now and turned into reality through the actions we take. So, for the children and the young people whose well-being is being compromised right now, what can we imagine? For the young people who are caught in comparison culture, what can we imagine? For those who during this pandemic have and continue to experience hunger, abuse, see domestic violence, are rejected because of their sexuality, what can you imagine for them? What can we imagine, and what will we do about the biases of or the poor systems of belief that are destroying hope rather than bringing it? Are we doing anything that's creating trauma? What injustices do we need to fight? Because bringers of hope think about this stuff and then act to make it happen. Hope is cognitive and active. It sweats. It tears down the walls of disadvantage and exclusion. And it is the prayer of your whole life. Fourthly, hope sees. One of the most painful experiences for any person is to be ignored. So imagine being a child or a young person at the moment and think about the degree to which you feel seen or forgotten. Think about the exam chaos or the racist culture that so many of our young people are victims of. Think about not knowing what the future holds, but knowing that the pandemic is going to impact your generation the most. In Zulu culture, there's a traditional way of greeting others. A person greets you with the words, "I see you," to which the response is, "I'm here." When we are seen, we shift to a place of belonging, and belonging is the foundation of community, both absolute necessities for health and well-being of children and young people and us. Father Gregory Boyle points out we're all here just walking each other home. We belong to each other, and our role as bringers of hope is to see those we serve and to do all we can to enable each one of them to be exactly who they are created to be, and to flourish in that and to experience belonging and hope. And finally, be rooted in hope ourselves. My mum said, "I'm here, right here. Reach for the edge. Feel the solid ground beneath you." To be bringers of hope, I must be rooted in hope. You must be rooted in hope, deeply anchored, rooted and anchored in the divine, in God who is ever present in the whole of life. The Psalm 46 tells us all about this, that phrase, be still and know. Be still and know that I am God. Our job is to be bringers of hope, elders of hope, those who understand what hope is, and to be rooted in hope ourselves. I'm right here. Reach for the edge. Feel the solid ground beneath you. The invitation in chaos is to be bringers of hope.
Wow, Thank you, Jill. That was absolutely amazing. And thank you, all of you, for participating in the chat. We've had a whole bunch of messages coming in. Susan says, such a spot-on word for this time. That's excellent. Notice one from 7K Addy, which says, can we play Fortnite? That might not have been to do with Jill's talk.
But a few people pulling out some of the lines that Jill used. Liz, chaos is the birthplace of the new. Yes, absolutely. Like, gosh, what a line. Joel, hope is active, it sweats. So much in there, Phil.
What was it for you, though? What caught your attention, Jemima, from what Jill had to say?
Yeah, I think for me, it's that challenge that we need to be reminded of our leadership positions, reminded that actually we are the ones that God is calling and is using, and we become the rabbis and we become the elders whose job it is to step into the chaos, to step in and lead and not sit back and just watch what's going on around us and observe what others are doing, but be the ones to step in and pick up that call, no matter how hard, no matter how difficult, no matter how chaotic. I think as the day goes on, just being reminded at the beginning of the day that actually we've been called as leaders to be rabbis and elders in the places that we exist, the places that we serve in, I think is going to be a real challenge, and a challenge that we'll hopefully take through the day. But how about you, Phil? Yeah,
I think that chaos creativity thing caught my attention as well, because sometimes I think when things are chaotic, are not normal, they feel out of control. I think, like a lot of us feel at the moment, we're unable to deliver our normal, the kind of projects and the activity that we'd normally like to do. Because of that chaos, sometimes we can feel a bit paralysed and we don't act, or we kind of go on the back foot. But what Jill seemed to be saying there was that to lean into the chaos and allow it to give birth to creative thinking, new ideas, innovation, which Youthscape is so brilliant at. And that really struck me. And I think the other thing was this idea of seeing and being seen. And that feels important to me, that it's only when we see and are seen that we belong, that we feel like we are part of family and community. And it reminded me of the passage in Matthew's Gospel, where it's right at the end of Matthew's Gospel, where Jesus and the disciples have been touring the towns and villages, they've been preaching the gospel, they've been healing the sick, they've been doing the work of the kingdom. And Matthew writes that Jesus saw the crowds, he could see them, and he saw that they were harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd. They were troubled, they were struggling. As we see schools, the children and young people that we're working with, as we see society at the moment, many are harassed and helpless like sheep without a shepherd. They are troubled and struggling. But then Jesus says something else. He turns to his disciples and he says, ask the Lord of the harvest. It's like Jesus sees harvest. And I don't mean by that souls to be saved, but he sees fruitfulness. He sees life. He sees his Father at work. And that's the thing I think that Jill really inspired me with, this idea that we, yes, need to see honestly the struggle and the difficulties, the chaos, but we also need to see in another way. We also need to see God at work. We need to see fruitfulness, life, because it is there. And Jesus appeals to us to see and so become connected. That's where I think this hope idea really connects for me. So thanks so much for that, Jill.
Yeah, I think also that line that Jill used, that hope is the action between the now and the not yet, for me, that just sums it all up. It feels like you can bring it under that umbrella of that amazing statement. And this idea that hope and all that God has got for us. It propels us into action. We are not meant to be leaders who take something and bring a hope but leave it there stagnant, leave it there still. We're meant to be carriers of hope who take it with us everywhere we go. And I think that encouragement and that challenge to be active hope bringers who don't ever give up, who persist. And hope is not something that is a one-off thing. You can't bring hope and then, bring it and leave it and then walk away. Actually, we are called to carry it with us wherever we go and be hope carriers. I think that just for me kind of sums up, I guess, some of what Jill might have been saying.
What a start, everybody. What a great start for the day. Now, we have some special participants today. We couldn't go through a day all about schools work without hearing from children and young people. Sadly, they couldn't be here live because they hopefully are in school or home educating or somewhere. But we did manage to get out on video some children and young people from all over the UK and ask them a bunch of questions about the big themes of our day today. So you're going to see 3 short videos, the first one now and a couple more this afternoon. And so we are really looking forward to hearing what they have to say about the theme of schools and what's happening in schools.
There are a lot more restrictions and we're not allowed to see the other years.
And now there's a one-way system around the school.
Learning is easier because they're doing catching up because we've been off for 7 or 8, 9, 10 months.
Having to wear masks in all the corridors, even when you go to the toilet.
We have to sanitize our hands, we wear masks in the corridors. It's just weird, I guess.
My playground has been split into 2 pieces.
I feel good, but stressed at the same time.
It's different, but it works.
Happy because I get to see all my friends again.
Mixed emotions, really.
I'm really excited to be back at school because I really miss the atmosphere.
It's a little weird but also exciting.
Because I feel actually happier because it was quite boring at home.
I enjoy being back at school. You get to see all your friends and things, and you can, learn from.
Get to see all my friends.
The teachers can help you if you're stuck.
I quite like the lunches.
Seeing friends again, learning new things, and just everything.
Playing outside.
I get to see all my friends again and I start preparing for my GCSEs.
Well, probably just having to keep your distance.
I don't get to control my day as much and I have to wake up early for school.
Having to get up very early and having to be at school a lot earlier.
Not able to be around my family while I'm working.
Having to do the whole routine of waking up at 7 o'clock and not 10:30.
It just doesn't feel very comfortable.
Walking half an hour to get to school. And
it's not like last time.
Aren't they just amazing? We are so grateful to have young people and children's voices in the day, and we are definitely going to be coming back to them a couple of times throughout the rest of the programme. But we also have had a couple of comments from people in the chat. So we've had someone said, Jill knocks it out the park as always. Someone else said, wow, just makes me want to spring into action. That was Sarah. Really inspiring stuff, but we have more of it, don't we, Phil?
We do. I'm really delighted to introduce our second keynote. The Bishop of Durham, Paul Butler, and Baroness Elizabeth Berridge, who is the Under Secretary of State for the Department of Education. We asked the two of them a bunch of questions and we asked them to interview, kind of converse together to respond to these questions. What's going on in schools right now, what is happening in our education system, and in particular this big question, what can the church do to serve schools right now? So we are going to watch this conversation. As we've said before, please use the chat, and you might want to take some notes as well. Grab some pens or grab a pen and some paper and write down your comments or questions. Some of this you might agree with, some of what they have to say you might have questions about. Please include that in the chat as well, and we look forward to seeing you again in a few minutes.
Well, Elizabeth, Baroness Berridge, it's very nice to see you.
Lovely to see you too, Paul, Bishop of Durham.
At some point, we might actually see each other physically in London again, but you never know.
Yes, 3D occasions are most exciting nowadays.
Yeah, they are. Elizabeth, tell us what your title is and your role, please.
Well, I am Baroness Berridge of the Vale of Catmos, which is Rutland. So unfortunately for any of the participants who think that Yorkshire is God's own county, they are firmly wrong. It is Rutland. That's where I was born and bred and educated. I'm still a member of the House of Lords, but I'm currently the Minister for the school system. So I'm one of the team in the Department of Education under Secretary of State Gavin Williamson.
Okay, and at present, because I'm also chair of the National Society, which is the body that oversees the Church of England education. So we talk to each other from time to time around education matters.
We certainly do. I have within my brief faith schools and everything to do with the systems themselves. You know, so I'm also over the independent. Work with the independent schools. So yeah, everything to do with academy trusts, etc., is me. So yeah, it's a great pleasure that we meet to talk about your schools.
Yeah. Now, I know that both of us have been extraordinarily busy during the last few months. How has lockdown kind of affected you personally?
Yeah, I mean, like everybody else, it was a huge shock. I was actually still going to work just after lockdown because we hadn't passed the legislation. So that was, you know, seeing London literally evaporate and everything was closed. But yeah, personally, you know, it's been very different working from home. But I've been very fortunate that, you know, I have with the technology and with being part of a team, that was really important, and having structure to the day that I had to log on for work, etc. But I live on my own, so it's been a sort of, the use of Zoom has been fantastic.
And have you been a Christian all your life?
No, I haven't. I became a Christian when I was 18 years old, in a non-conformist church, though, Bishop Paul, in the lovely Market Town Baptist Church in Oakham.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and a wonderful ministry there, but very much small town, as that's where I grew up.
So how have you found following Christ during this lockdown period?
I think for me as a Christian, it's been really important to know that although obviously God created a world without a pandemic, that this is what we have, and that is, you know, obviously not good, but that good comes from it. And also that to know that he is in control, that this is not taking him by surprise, and what's happening in my life and everybody else's life is something that, he's not taken by surprise, and just feel very blessed that, you know, as, you know, people have gone through this before on our planet, obviously, and we've just been in a very fortunate position, as I say, to have a lot of us have access to technology, which has made things a lot easier for us. But yeah, it's given me faith, hope, etc. as I go through, and trying to learn what I need to be taught by him during this time of lockdown.
I find that what you said really helpful, and also I've found through this the constant reminder that you know, God has not gone away. God is still, he's here with us. Every breath I take is because God gives me a breath, and that sense of the presence of God. And people have wanted to sometimes rush into, you know, what's God doing, what's God saying? And I found myself thinking, well, when Jeremiah talked to the exiles, he warned them that that was going to go on for 70 years. Yeah. We're only talking about, well, maybe 2 to 5 years serious impact, but and long term after that to pay for the cost of it. But you know, God doesn't give up on us. That's the brilliant news, isn't it?
Yeah, and I also think, we learn that lesson that God is never, I've never found God to be a God of the rush or the hurry, but when he acts, it's very decisive. And I sort of sometimes, in my better days, give up trying to push him to do the things before he's ready to do them.
Fantastic. Right, we want to talk particularly about schools.
Yeah.
What, from your perspective as a minister, what do you see as the main challenges for schools and colleges over these next few months?
Well, obviously, as children go back, there will be, what have they learned, what have they not learned academically, curriculum-wise, being at home. But, I do have, because I'm the minister, I actually have safeguarding. So I'm very concerned about, what is walking through the door as children go back. And that won't obviously be instant on the first day back. That will, I think, as children get back into school, I think we'll see an increasing number of stories coming out. So I think the pastoral side of school is going to be really, really important, as well as the pastoral side of looking after teachers and support staff and those who are, vicars who go into school, because, some children will be disclosing quite troubling things, and that has an effect on everybody when they do that. So I think being aware of that and also just helping the young people, particularly, relationships might have changed, friendships might have changed during this time. It's just very different for them. So I think just settling everybody back into that routine, but being aware that this will come out. I think the effects will come out over weeks and months for young people, not they're back in school day one, and this is what we've had revealed to us. It will evolve over the autumn and spring term.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching the news clips and indeed hearing from folk up here in Durham that actually the overwhelming thing in the first few days has been excitement. The excitement at seeing friends again, excitement, and the teachers have been excited to have the children back and to get back into doing what they really want to do, which is teaching face to face. I mean, as we both know, they've worked incredibly hard over the last few months doing stuff online and keeping schools open. All our schools have stayed open.
Yeah, and I think, paying tribute to what has been happening. It's not just been an online thing. Talking to with Multi-Academy Trust, there's been a lot of teachers that have been dropping workbooks, literally at the door. So there's been a lot going on. But yes, there's an excitement for us too as well. I mean, just on Friday, I was walking to the department and saw the local sixth form, and they were piling out at lunchtime. And I was like, it was just so good to see them. And they were, and obviously I think they were they just started. So that excitement, and there they were. And I thought, gosh, at last, so it was great.
One of my colleagues this week said that she was busy working away at home and then suddenly heard all this noise and thought, what's all that noise? It's been really quiet. And suddenly realised that it was actually the children playing in the playground, and it was a noise that she'd missed for the last 6 months. Yeah, so it's great that they're back.
Yeah, and I think I personally find it very, difficult to think about what would have happened to my education if this had been me. And being aware of the disruption and, for young people. And it's been significant for them.
What do you think there are some opportunities that lie ahead?
Oh yeah, I mean there are lots of opportunities, because we have seen a shift in education to the online. We started the Oak Academy, and lots of schools went online, and so there is a sort of awareness of, well, why should the best of education only be provided within that particular physical building? Why shouldn't we? The opportunity is, I think, one of just sharing, and that's what I've heard from a lot of teachers and a lot of Multi-Academy Trust leaders, is they have shared their content. There's been a freedom and a generosity of we are doing all of this together. It's sort of not just how my school is performing, it's how all the children are performing. So I hope that opportunity and that generousness of spirit of, we want to share the best of what we've got will carry on. I think that's a great opportunity.
No, I agree. I think, and I mean, in one sense, part of the vision around Multi-Academy Trust has always been that actually expertise is shared, learning is shared, opportunities are shared within the trust, and so I agree. I hope that into these next months, people do see this not just as a recovery, but actually a future look and an opportunity.
And I think it may also help young people in terms of the choices they make, because if you can go online and see, well, actually A-level in this subject looks like this, they actually get a taster through seeing lessons before they actually make those choices. That might help as well. So there's lots of opportunities.
So one of the other opportunities I think is going to be, there is a recognition that extra support is going to be needed for some children to help and young people to catch up, and the whole mentoring and so forth. So one of the opportunities I hope is that churches and other community groups see the opportunity of volunteering to act as mentors. So new graduates who've got brilliant knowledge and skills who can come alongside young people, retired classroom assistants, teachers stepping back in and saying, yeah, I could support someone through that. That's one of the opportunities I think that is presented to the church, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, but I would also, want the church to start with itself. And when I think about my own local congregation, has every child that is attending our local church got the opportunities that they need? And actually, as the body of Christ, see, well, actually, God, you've given a very big musical talent to that young person. Our responsibility, first and foremost, to ensure that that child has the opportunities. But I think we also should be looking at ourselves and say, how are we helping every young person in our church to thrive? And sometimes they're going to need extra support, and and not every family has the money sometimes or the time to get the extra support when you've got a particularly gifted child as well. I think we should really look at ourselves. We can use education is shared and we take responsibility for each other, and then looking obviously, and it's kind of like then a natural outflow to your local school, or to think about starting a school. Obviously, and the last 10 years or so, we've started lots of schools, and the Church of England many more secondary schools now, but to actually think, this is, it wasn't just in the 19th century that it was our responsibility to give literacy and then think about education outside the door of the church. We have a role today, and to really just help, and to share everything we've got, and sometimes I think people don't realise that you've sometimes got opportunities and connections, and you can help young people just by encouraging them and actually just by them knowing that, like myself, you can start from very, very modest, working class parents, state education all the way through, and actually you can, but you do need the support of other people along the way, showing you those opportunities and giving you the advice, so that you walk through doors that you never thought would ever open to you, and you do need people around. So I think the church is really well placed to help the community of young people.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had a fantastically exciting story, actually, only in the last day or so. It was a Methodist church rather than an Anglican church. It was a Methodist church in a rural context that has had no children and young people for several years. And during the lockdown, they thought, we could run an online holiday club. And they connected with 20 families in their community and ran apparently a brilliant online holiday club, and now all those 20 families of course want to stay engaged with that church into the future, so they've rebuilt connections with the community and so forth. And that wasn't through school, but you're right, it's the local church serving it in every way it possibly can. And that's at primary and secondary level. One of the challenges is going to be also obviously a lot of churches engage regularly by going into schools to do it, open the book, prayer spaces, all kinds of stuff, and they've adapted brilliantly online over lockdown. I'm hoping that schools will, with proper risk assessments and so on, look at ways of welcoming people back in. I've been told already that I will be wanted to go and visit. Now, I'm in a bit of a different position as bishop, but I hope that local clergy, local volunteers will find safe ways of physically engaging as well.
Yeah, no, I think that is really important. And having seen the students only on Friday, and as the minister, I only visited one school before then it was lockdown.
Yeah.
And you are very aware, though, that, you don't want to be in the way because they've got work to do. But I'm desperate to sort of get back through the door and just, see the students. So, we can offer that support.
Brilliant. Well, Elizabeth, I think our time is done. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. Thank you, everybody who's attending this, because you're some of our army out there that I haven't got to meet yet, who are doing the best for our children. So thank you so much, and thank you, Paul. can I pray for you and pray for the schools as we finish?
Absolutely.
Loving Father, thank you for Elizabeth. Thank you for her love for you and her commitment to following you in the service that she's called to do at this time. And pray that you'll give her all the wisdom that she needs, and indeed to the team that she works alongside. Thank you for placing her in this situation as one of your children and followers. And we pray for schools, for the senior staff, for the governors, for all the teams. And we pray for ourselves for good engagement with our schools and colleges in the months that lie ahead. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's great to talk to you. Bye for now.
Bye.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Bishop Paul and Baroness Elizabeth. And thank you, everyone you were joining in with the chat on YouTube. Loving how there are all sorts of conversations going on in the YouTube chat there.
Yeah, definitely. And we just want to pull out a few. Had a number of different people saying about how great it is that we're online, not in the building in person. Absolutely, definitely a benefit of COVID, that we can all, people that are in schools, on duty, that are at home looking after children, that you guys can join with us today. We're really, really genuinely excited to have the opportunity to be with more people than we normally would. So definitely wanted to respond to that one. Also from Katie, God's not surprised by COVID. Absolutely, I think that just really struck me as well. This idea that, God may not have made it happen, but actually that God knows what's going on. God can see beyond what we can see, and he's not surprised. Yeah. And he is here today with us, preparing us for what is to come as well. So how about you, Phil?
I love that comment. Breath is a reminder that God is always here. And I also really like the banter about coffee church. I think someone had typed C of E and then autocorrect had turned it into coffee church. And then there was a deep discussion about the varieties of messy church and forest church and why not coffee church. And I would be a big fan of coffee church.
I would be a great fan of coffee church.
But joking aside, Jemima, what's it been like for you here in Luton? Youthscape, the Luton team here, you're involved in lots of schools. How have these last few weeks been for you, and what's been going on for your team? Yeah, good question, Phil. So I know that many of you joining will be in a similar position to us. Schools Work Trusts who go in and deliver work as Christian visitors in schools, delivering mentoring, therapeutic groups, RE curriculum, assemblies, pastoral support for both staff and teachers. And I guess if you are a chaplain, maybe this might be slightly different. If you're a teacher, this might be slightly different. But from our perspective here as Youthscape in Luton, we regularly worked before COVID in roughly 7 to 10 schools a term. We would be delivering mentoring. We've been to be delivering therapeutic groups with small groups of young people, assemblies, creative spiritual projects in schools, turning corridor spaces and assembly halls into these really creative reflection stations, really, that young people could engage with as they go through to their next lesson. So we had a whole variety of projects that we ran. We ran NEAT prevention projects, projects with young people struggling with their mental health. And overnight, really, back in March, I'm sure lots of you will remember and relate, but we had to make the decision to pull the plug on everything. And back then we thought that was only for a few weeks, possibly a few months at the worst. But here we are back in September. And it's been a really challenging process, as I'm sure it will have been a challenging process for everybody. We back in about June, July, we decided that we were going to be really responsive rather than reactive. And we actually made the decision to hit pause on everything that we used to deliver and instead replace it with a brand new suite of resources and programmes. Right. Specifically tackling young people's, the struggles that young people are facing with their mental health as they return to education, particularly on the first week, a few weeks ago, back in September, but still are struggling with today. And so
I don't know what it's been like for you, Phil, what it's been like for everyone at home, but we thought maybe back in June, July, that by September we'd be able to be back in schools delivering our work, and we were having conversations with pastoral leads and head teachers and deputy heads, and all of that seemed possible and probable. But as September slowly crept closer on the horizon, we were getting calls saying, actually, our risk assessment doesn't allow visitors. We were having conversations with head teachers and deputies who were saying, actually, we're just not 100% sure how we're going to make that possible for you and your team to come in. We had other people saying, what's happening at the other school down the road? Because if you could just tell us what they're doing and how they're making it safe, then we can, as soon as one say yes, then we might be able to go. And we really just watched our schools that we love and that we have served for years have to respond to really an impossible situation. And yeah, there were moments when we thought we weren't going to get in at all, Phil. We genuinely thought, we've gone from 7 to 0. What are we going to do? And we are back. We're back in. We've got 4 schools that we're back in before the half term, and another 4 that we're going to be back in after the half term. And we've got a further 32 schools across Bedfordshire who have signed up to a programme that we have just released. It's a new resource which you also can get your hands on, which is called Thrive. And it's a suite of resources that respond to the mental health challenges that young people are experiencing today. There are lesson activities, there are a suite of videos sharing the stories of young people. There's teaching input from Dr. Kate Middleton, and that's all available for schools to use with their students during pastoral time or PSHE curriculum, but also for youth workers or chaplains to take into schools to deliver themselves. So we want to encourage you to check that out. But really, that's the story of where we have been. But Phil, I know you and your team, you run prayer spaces in schools, and so there's hundreds of schools that engage in prayer spaces. What does that look like for you at the moment?
Yeah, that's changed a lot too. Back in February, March time, things were ticking along as normal. We were anticipating probably 700 or 800 prayer spaces in the last academic year. That's been the sort of numbers that we've been tracking and supporting. I mean, to date, our best estimate is more than 1 million children and young people have been through prayer spaces in their own schools. And that's not just in the UK, it's in other nations. We know that we've got friends from Malta and South Africa here today joining us, and the States as well, probably some other nations. And there have been prayer spaces in all of your nations. And then in March, obviously, all of a sudden, all the schools closed, or at least to children other than those who are from vulnerable settings or key worker families. And so all of the prayer spaces that were planned for those schools all got postponed overnight. And so a couple of things happened for us. We realised, well, all the children and young people are at home now. Is it possible for some of the activities that they would have been doing in a prayer space in their school to be done at home? And we talked with the Church of England, or as it's now known as the Coffee Church. We talked to the Church of England and others as well, and adapted lots of the prayer spaces in schools activities into prayer spaces at home activities. And thousands of those were downloaded over the following months, which is great because it means families were using these activities to help children and young people process their worries, their big questions, their hopes, their gratitude, all of the kind of emotional, reflective stuff that a prayer space would do. And then obviously as we got into July, the schools were beginning to open again, and now this term there have been lots of examples of people taking the principles, the ideas of a prayer space in a school and making it COVID friendly, for want of a better term, to make it social distance friendly. I'm going to be talking in a little bit more detail about that in the seminar in the next slot. But we've heard examples of prayer spaces where the pupils have done the activities on the desk in front of them, a few activities in a paper bag, for each child or each young person at a desk. Prayer spaces that are much smaller in size, and a few pupils get to use the activities, and then all the activities are cleaned before the next group comes. I think there are ways to innovate, and that's what's really excited me. Is hearing the different ways that people are taking the ideas, rather than just feeling like I've got a product, I can't deliver it as normal, so I won't do it. But how can we take this valuable stuff, this opportunity to reflect and pray, and make it work in the current climate? That's been really important, I think.
Yeah. And I think before we go any further, I think it's just really important that we also reflect on and create space for the emotion and the painful emotion of those schools whose doors still remain closed to us. I know for a fact that there are people watching who have tuned in, who have been doing schools work for years, who have invested and served with so much of their time, so much of their energy, so much of their heart and their passion into schools in their communities, into your communities, and maybe for years. And actually, there's a real painful process that some of us are in, where some of those schools, it feels like overnight it's become untenable for us to be able to go back in and serve there. And I just want to really say, if that's you, and that is us in actually some of our schools which we've been in for years and we love and we care about and we serve and we've got a great relationship with, the doors have been closed to us. We actually can't physically get back in, and we don't know when we will be able to go back and continue working with them and continue supporting those schools. And so we just want to create a space to recognise that emotion and recognise that pain and sit with it for a moment, but also to encourage you, if that is you, and I'm definitely speaking to myself and the team here as well, but if that's you, I think there are 3 things that we want to encourage you to do, in order to help us recognise that actually it's not a closed door forever, it's just for now. And that's pray. Pray for the school. Schools are struggling. I think we've just heard from Paul and Elizabeth, but actually that was recorded a few weeks ago when there was still a bit of excitement and energy about schools going back, and we know that the tone and the atmosphere in schools is different. Our schools, our head teachers, our teachers, they're exhausted. I have such a privilege of being in schools and just seeing that so much energy in life and desire to keep going, but you really can tell that people are tired and exhausted now. So pray for the schools, pray for the teachers, pray for the heads who are leading in that setting. Be patient. God's got a plan. He's got a hope. Be patient and persevere. Get in touch with them. Keep reaching out. Keep persevering. We just want to encourage you that all is not lost. Hope is not lost. Hopefully, and we pray that this will be the case, that those doors do reopen as soon as possible.
Do you know, one thing that's really stuck with me from the conversation between Paul and Elizabeth? Elizabeth made this almost little throwaway comment to, it wasn't just in the 19th century that there was a call upon the church to education. I don't know if you spotted that, but it caught my attention, that sense that education, I'm thinking of Robert Raikes and the Sunday school movement, and those first schools for children who were chimney sweeps, and there was a vision, there was a sort of a God-given vision that he and many others in his time had for education, and I just took that little nugget from what Elizabeth said. Maybe there's something of the call coming from heaven once again to the church. Have a vision, have a hope for education. What can we do to seek first the kingdom of heaven in partnership with teachers and head teachers and others within school communities? Maybe there is a call from heaven at this time.
Yeah, and as we think about that responsibility and what that means for us, we are able in a moment to go into our seminars and continue that conversation, continue thinking about what that responsibility might look like for you and for us in the settings that we're in specifically. What does it look like to be, as Jill said, like a leader and a rabbi and an elder in the places that we are called to serve? So hopefully by now you know which seminar you want to go to. Remember, if you haven't got the links, you can email tandia@prayerspacesinschools.com. It is ready for you. Excellent. So do email if you don't have the links. But for now, grab a cup of tea or coffee, and we will see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy the break.
27.
26.
25.
24. 23.
22. 21.
20. 19.
18,
17, 16, 15, 14, 13,
12,
11,
10,
9,
8, 7,
6,
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, welcome back. Hopefully you've all had a bit of a break, an opportunity to get a cup of coffee or tea. We are delighted to be heading into our first seminar set. So you are here. If you are here on YouTube, it's because you are wanting to join us in listening to the wonderful Kate Middleton talking about the release and the new normal, thinking about what it means to look after our mental health, to de-stress in a time of the new normal. You'll have heard that phrase, that won't be new to you. So we're going to head over to her. She's going to talk to us as practitioners, as leaders, but also in terms of how we can help young people and support them with looking after their mental health as well as our own. After this seminar, we're going to head straight into lunch. So do enjoy a little bit of a break, get some food, and then we're going to be back here at 12:45 for our next set of seminars. But enjoy it for now. Enjoy. Kate, over to you.
Hi and welcome to this seminar today for New Hope, the Schools Work Conference. My name is Dr. Kate Middleton. It's so good to have you with me. And I'll just do a little bit of an introduction about myself before we kick off with our content today, thinking about this really interesting season that we're in while we're being released back into something that everybody's calling the new normal. So I'm going to be thinking about what that means, how we handle the challenges of this time, and why is it so difficult? Why is this time perhaps even harder than the season that we've come out of in lockdown? But just to tell you a bit about myself first. So my name's Kate. I'm a psychologist by background. I am one of the directors of the Mind and Soul Foundation. So we are based at mindandsoulfoundation.org, and we're a national organisation. We're really passionate about encouraging the church to engage with this whole area of mental and emotional well-being. So that's not just when you're unwell mentally or emotionally, when you're struggling with mental health problems. It's about this bigger topic and the whole question of what does it mean to live life really well in whatever season we're going through, whatever life is throwing at you. How do we not just survive but thrive in spite of the challenges of 21st century life, whatever they are? And so, of course, this season of pandemic living has presented us with some, well, what's that word? You cannot turn on the news or the radio at the moment right now without somebody talking about unprecedented. This is my new theory for how we solve the economic challenges of lockdown, is we have some kind of swear tin for the government every time they say the word unprecedented, and they have to put like £1 in the tin. I'm sure we'd cover a lot of the financial challenges, but it is an unprecedented time in terms of what are the difficulties right now and what does it mean to do life really, really well in this season. So that's Mind and Soul Foundation, so do check us out when this is finished. So I'm also the director of a really exciting new project that has been able to launch, partly as a result of the unique challenges of this time, and that's called Headstrong. You can check us out at beheadstrong.uk, and Headstrong is an online space for teenagers and young people that is looking for them at creating somewhere they can talk about the challenges of this time, but of life in general, and all this stuff around well-being and emotional health and resilience, the sorts of things that you hear people talking about so often. And really what we want to do with Headstrong is speak a better story over this generation of young people who, particularly in this unusual time, are just hearing so much negativity about themselves, about their future, about the world they're growing up in. And we want to say to them, okay, so there are challenges. Real life is difficult. Real success is not a smooth upward battle. It's all about ups and downs and difficulties and how you respond to them. We want to talk about what real faith looks like in that context as well. What does it mean to follow Jesus in this time? How do you handle the questions that you have and the challenges on your faith? But also we want to talk about the real world. 2020 is a tough time to be doing life. So what does it mean if you're a teenager, if you're growing up in that time? How do you do that well? So that's beheadstrong.uk, so check that out as well. But for now, let me carry on with our content for today. And this is a really interesting season because we're coming out of 6 months of lockdown. And lockdown was this weird time that took most of us by surprise, even though we sort of knew something was coming. We look back now and we think about how naive we were before it happened. Just thinking about those early weeks in March and how little we understood how dramatically our life was about to change. And lockdown obviously had its challenges, but there were two things going on within lockdown that did help us in terms of how we managed them. And number one was this real sense of clarity. Lockdown may have been harsh, but in a lot of ways it was simple. The message was very clear. Stay at home and stay safe. And for the vast majority of people, unless you were a frontline worker and had to be getting out and going to work, that was the message. Stay at home, stay safe. We were all universally really in the same sort of boat. We were in that same space. And there were differences in terms of how it affected us and how strongly we had to follow those rules. Because, of course, some people who were shielding or who were more vulnerable had to do that for longer and had to follow much stricter rules. Some people were furloughed, so literally lost their means of productivity, their work, the stuff that they normally did. For other people, the way that they worked just changed completely as they had to adjust to doing that from home. Maybe there were extra challenges for some of us. I've got 2 kids. I've got a 15-year-old and an 8-year-old. So we were thrown into the wonderful world of homeschooling, which alongside my husband and I both working full-time in quite demanding jobs was a bit nuts, to be honest. So there were some differences, but there was still basically a big clarity. And the number of decisions you had to make day to day were fairly small. Everybody just had to stay home. Our main challenges were how we managed the complexity of what that looked like for each of us. And also for many people, actually the biggest challenge were how to fill your time. It was around isolation, boredom, loss of productivity. The actual decisions and challenges about how to carry on with everyday life for a lot of people were dropped. And some people found a relief in that, a release. And a dropping of some anxiety and some pressure around having to go out and go into the real world. The second thing that helped us, therefore, mainly in lockdown was that it was almost, in all cases, a fairly shared experience. So whilst there were differences, and they were always a source of difficulty, as I've said, between people for whom the impact was much bigger or the challenges of the moment were more difficult compared to those who were actually having a very nice time, thank you. There were those differences, but we were on the whole having this sense of shared experience, and there were some things that were done as part of lockdown that really were designed to emphasise that. So things like the clapping for carers. If you went out on your driveway at the right time on the right evening, you would see people all around your neighbourhood coming out to do the same thing, and that sense of something shared was really powerful. And we know as psychologists that in moments of acute crisis and difficulty, a sense of shared experience and common fate is really important. It helps us as human beings if we feel like we're all pulling together. So in that moment, we did feel part of something bigger. Many people volunteered or got involved doing something that helped them feel part of some bigger meaning in this moment, and that helped. So now though, where are we at? And really, as we went through the summer months, we moved into this different season of what I've called release and the new normal. Everybody's starting to talk about that, particularly as we went through August, as we try to get back to something resembling normal life. And what's been interesting in that season is how people have responded to it, actually finding it tougher than they did lockdown. And part of the difficulty of that does come the fact that that was a surprise. Many people wrestling in their own heads with that, thinking, what's going on? Why am I finding this so hard? I should be feeling better. I should be happier. This should be easier, when actually it isn't. And what I want to talk to you about today really is the fact that this season is in many ways more challenging than lockdown. Lockdown was hard, but actually this season we're in now has some extra challenges. And I want to talk about 3 Ds, which explain a little bit of why this is so tough. And number 1 is difference. Now, like I've said, difference was always an issue. There were always differences, and they were always difficult. If you were the person who felt like actually you were shielding, you weren't even allowed to leave the house, and you were seeing people going off on their walks or their bike rides or whatever it was they were doing, that was tough. If you were the person isolated on your own and you were seeing people on social media talking about this amazing family time it was and how wonderful to spend time with their loved ones, and you couldn't see your loved ones, that was tough. If you were the people feeling under immense pressure because you were juggling demanding jobs, maybe frontline working, facing new challenges, tougher hours, exhausted, and you were seeing people messaging about doing their garden or the wonderful time, again, they were having with their children, that was tough. But in this season, the differences have in many places become magnified, because some people right now are going back to something that looks and feels a lot like normal life. The clarity is gone. We're not all just staying home and staying safe. In fact, we're being told if you can go back to something like normal. But not everybody's able to do that. It depends very much on your circumstances. And a lot of the challenge that we've seen in this time is where it feels like that difference is very magnified. So again, people sitting at home who feel like they're not able to go out, maybe aware of their own greater vulnerability, looking out on people who look like they're acting like this is not an issue at all, like life has got back to normal. The differences that we see between different people groups are a challenge. We've seen some scapegoating too. So one people group blaming another entirely for something that happens, because when it feels like differences are there, our instinct as human beings is to retreat back into our own group that feels like these are the people who are like me, and we look out on another group who feel different, and our tendency can be to place judgment on them, and that makes the differences feel even wider. So I know I've done quite a lot of teaching in the last couple of weeks with teenagers and young people, and the message I'm hearing from them is they feel victimized, they feel blamed, they feel the injustice of that stuff. They feel like people are saying it's them ignoring all the rules, causing the rises that we're seeing in virus rates. So that difference is a real challenge. The second D is dissonance, and dissonance is this psychological term that we use when there's a clash between two things. And at the moment, our dissonance is life that looks and feels normal, but then at the same time really, really isn't. And that dissonance in your head triggers negative emotions as your brain tries to alert you that something significant is going on here. So you're walking down the street and it feels totally normal, but then you see someone coming the other way wearing a face mask, and your brain's going to trigger you a spike of anxiety to grab your attention, to make you focus on something that's weird, something that's out of the normal, something that's dissonant. And so in this season, because we're experiencing lots of those moments, we're juggling more negative emotion spikes than we normally would. And we're also having to put in extra cognitive effort. You know, I went to a meeting last week with someone I've not seen in months. And literally I go into the meeting and I recite this to myself: do not hug, do not hug, do not hug. Because cognitively, that's hard work. We're trying to get back into our normal routine, the automatic patterns that we do, but actually we can't completely relax into them. We've got to stay on it. So our cognitive load, the amount of work your brain is having to do, is still higher. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to get used to. Again, hearing from kids and teenagers in school, you know, I'm hearing a lot of indignation. I'm getting into trouble for doing this wrong, but I'm trying really hard. And we're all in that space, really, trying to remember things. I went into a shop this week, got halfway around the shop and realised I forgot to put my face mask on, just not concentrating in the moment. So there's extra challenge, extra demand for us. And the third D, therefore, is the debate, the decisions that we're having to make all the time, because we don't have clarity now. There is debate and disagreement and argument. The guidelines have been made more clear now. There is this extra clarity, but even within that, I'm hearing so much conversation. Is this okay? Is it not okay? I'm thinking of doing this. Should I do it? Should I not? And again, those debates, those decisions become more difficult if you're in a position of relative vulnerability, or if you have people in your household, in your family, or in your bubble who are in that space. Managing just the understanding of the potential risk that you might be exposing yourselves or those people to, deciding what to do, is so difficult. And the debates that come up again on social media, it's become such a snarky place, hasn't it? And we're even being encouraged now to shop our neighbours and our friends if we see people who are not going along with the guidelines. We've all started to police one another. And the risk is that becomes a negative thing. It becomes a source of more stress, more conflict, more anxiety, as we feel like we might be criticised for things that might be genuine errors or just confusion or bewilderment. And we're all so exhausted. Everybody's so prickly. It's so easy for arguments to flare up around some of this stuff. And on top of that, in this moment, we have a big challenge, which is to process what the heck has happened to our life? What has happened to our world? What has happened to our culture? Because in lockdown, we could approach it like it was just this crazy few months. I mean, whoever thought it was going to go on for 6? But we could process it just as this acutely weird time. What we've got to do is get our heads down, get through it, and it's all going to be fine. Now, though, we're talking about normal, new normal. This is the way my life is now? And even now in this season, so as we come towards the end of September and we're seeing virus rates go up, I think many of us are starting to realise that the reality of what this is going to look like. You remember way back in August, Boris gave that announcement where he was talking about things have been normal by Christmas. And in our family, that got us through a lot of August. Every time something happened and there was a spike of anxiety, somebody somewhere would shout, "Normal by Christmas!" And we'd all laugh. And because we kind of knew that wasn't going to be reality. But in this season now, we are thinking, gosh, this isn't going to be normal by Christmas. Like, when is life ever going to get back to normal, or is this a total change to how we live? And what does that mean? And what does that mean, not just in practical terms for how we do life or school or work or whatever, but what does that mean to the sort of basic foundational building blocks that we have built life on? You know, as adults, we all have concepts in our mind that are about our own identity, our relationships, the nature of the world. They're things we can depend on, and we've built our lives on those things. And they are things like our understanding of our security, our safety, the things that we can rely on, the things that we can depend on. And the problem is that this season has challenged a lot of those things in a way that actually nothing ever has before. So if you think about the core friendships and relationships that you most depend upon, many people would never have perceived of a reality that could separate them from the people who were their main support network. And yet, overnight, that happened. We weren't allowed to see anyone who didn't live in our household. And yeah, we can do it on social media, but it's just not the same. Even now, we're 6-7 months in, there will be so many people you have not hugged in that time, and you are still not allowed to hug them or even place a hand on a shoulder. This is a huge change, and your brain is trying to figure out, what on earth does that mean? What can I rely on? In a world where A-levels can be cancelled at a moment's notice, even those structural things that are just part of life, what if you can't rely on those? And what about your concept of yourself? You know, many people have had to adapt their understanding of their own vulnerability in this season, where maybe if you've got a baseline health condition and that hadn't really affected your life much, and you learn to manage that really well and carry on with normal life and your job and your friends and family, and then suddenly you got a letter through the door that said, actually, you are vulnerable, you cannot leave the house. That's a huge change to your self-concept. within the midst of lockdown, we had other challenges that have made people reassess their vulnerability, their identity. So the Black Lives Matter protests were very much just a releasing of the emotion for a huge amount of people who suddenly found themselves in a place where they had to reassess. Actually, there are things about who I am that changed the way that the world responds to us. And that sense of threat and challenge and distress that caused, on the top of a moment where many of those people were already dealing with trying to understand their vulnerability and their place in wider society and culture and what that meant, was hugely, hugely challenging. So your brain is trying to figure out what this means. And in the midst of all of those things then, those D's and the need to process, if we don't realise why we're feeling what we're feeling, the risk is that we take that initial bundle of slightly difficult, mushy stuff that we're trying to figure out, and we add to it one or two other things. And the first is guilt. So we sit there and we say, I should not be feeling this. What is wrong with me? So one of the most common things that I've heard people say in the last few weeks, but through the whole of lockdown, but actually particularly in this season, is there are people who are much worse off than me. So I'm hearing from people who are really struggling, who are finding this season really distressing, who are dealing right now, as we're thinking what's going to come in the rest of the autumn and the winter, dealing with really high levels of anxiety and fear. I would almost use the word terror, like what's going to happen? How am I going to handle this? And yet I talk to them and say, hey, can we help with that? And their thing is like, no, there's people who are much worse off than me. I should just get on with it. And that guilt is unhelpful because it stops us from getting the support that we need. It stops us from responding in a healthier way with some of the things we're feeling, but also it adds an extra weight on top of that stuff. And the second thing that we can add to the bundle of stuff we're already feeling is fear. What's wrong with me? Why am I not handling this better? Why am I reacting like this? Why am I yelling at my kids? Why am I losing it? Why can't I do my job properly the way I used to? Why can't I focus? Again, one of the most common things that I'm hearing people saying in this season is, I just don't feel like me anymore. And some of that comes from actually it's an expression of your brain trying to figure out, who are you now? Are there things that have changed your concept and your understanding of your identity in a really big way? But also it just comes from seeing ourselves after months of being under this increased pressure, seeing ourselves act and react in ways that just don't feel like us. It feels alien, it feels unusual. So what I want to talk to you in the remaining 20 minutes or so that we've got together today is 3 things that I would suggest that we all need to do in this season to help us not just survive, but thrive no matter what comes next, but particularly sitting where we are right now and thinking there are likely to be some challenges and some difficulties in the coming months. And many of you watching will already be back on in positions of lockdown that may feel as severe as the lockdown that we were in first place. But again, there's that difference, isn't there? We are so lucky where I am filming this from that our rates are relatively low, so we don't have any of those increased measures. But some of you listening will be feeling like actually you're back on lockdown the way you were before. So how do we manage this season? How do we do it well? So 3 things that I think we all need to do. And if we're supporting other people, children, teenagers in our schools, if we're supporting vulnerable family members at home, other members of staff, other people in our team, we can help them by helping them do these 3 things too. So number 1 is about how we continue to recognise and manage the stress spikes of this season. So in a way, one of the biggest difficulties that we face, psychologically speaking, is an extended season now into our 7th month, where almost universally our stress level has been raised. Now, some of you will be sat there thinking, well, my stress level's not been raised, Kate. Actually, I've had flipping nothing to do. I've been bored stiff. But one of the interesting things about how your mind works is how stressful boredom is, how stressful it is if you lose your productivity, how stressful it is if you lose your rhythm and your routine. So one of the things that your brain uses to keep stress levels low is its sort of automatic pilot setting, the rhythm and the routine of what your normal days or weeks look like. And the repetition in that, the predictability of that really helps your mind, because it means it doesn't have to think about things. It just gets on with it. So it's like climbing a wall, but using the same handholds every day. And you can really just reach for them. And even if the climb is actually quite challenging, the fact that it's the same one you do every day means it becomes routine. And you can do it without thinking much. But in this season, in this unique, unprecedented way, everything about our life has changed. So you've still got a wall to climb, but it might be a different wall. There's new boulders around, and those handholds are just not there. You've got to hammer in some new ones or find a new way to navigate the challenges of this season. And so your mind is having to do loads of extra work, even if that biggest challenge is actually, what am I going to do with yet another day off, or another day on furlough, or another day stuck at home. That stuff is challenging. And some of the things that we've lost as well as part of that, like connections with other people, are the ways that your brain balances stress as well. So not only have we raised stress, but we've lost some of the things that would automatically lower it. Like the physical connection with our loved ones. You know, if we have a hug with someone, your brain actually releases a chemical, or your body releases a chemical that, amongst many other impacts, drops your stress level. And we're not able to do that so much now. So everybody's stress level has risen in this season, and the problem is that we all have a crisis point. So we all have a point at which our ability to manage the stress that we're under starts to become challenged. And that's because stress isn't just an emotional thing. You know, we talk about stress like it is just us being a bit over emotional. You know, we say to one another, don't stress out, stop stressing about this. But physiologically, stress is anything that requires your brain or your body or both to respond, to act, to adapt, to react to a change in the circumstances around us. And so your stress level is a level on a very complex system that is a mixture of all kinds of different things, different hormone levels, the levels of activation in different parts of your body, things like your breathing, your heart rate. It's incredibly complex. Stress changes the way that your mind responds and focuses on the world around you. It changes the way that your body responds. And you can think of your level of stress as a bit like the level of water in a pool. So you can't see my feet right now, but imagine I'm standing in a pool, and it's like your baseline is the level of that water. And most of us, on the average day in the average season of life, our baseline is like ankle level. The water's lapping around your ankles. And at that level, the little waves and challenges of everyday life are no big deal at all, because your capacity to manage them is clear. You've got loads of extra capacity to deal with something if life throws it at you. But as your baseline stress level rises, as just the general context that you're living in becomes more complex, that becomes more difficult. Imagine you're walking through water. If it's at ankle level, it's easy. As it gets up to knee level, it takes a bit more. By waist level, you're starting to really push hard. But we all have this crisis level. And two things happen when your stress baseline starts to get up to that level. First of all, just living everyday life in that space becomes really hard. You know, if you're trying to move through water that's up to here, it takes a lot of physical effort, mental effort, even just to do the simple things of life. But the second thing is waves become a lot more significant when the water level is up at your neck anyway, because literally you're at the point where you might go under, and your brain's capacity, your body's capacity to deal with all the things you're juggling genuinely is about to be full. And that's a very uncomfortable space to live, therefore. And the combination of those two things means that your brain is basically on this constant red alert. It's like, you know, the emergency setting, you know, like when you're on a plane and it's about to land and they turn off all the lights except the essential ones. Your brain's gone onto this potential red alert moment, and it's operating in a completely different way. So the way that you see, that you experience, that you understand the world when you're in this place on the edge of overwhelm affects the way that your mind thinks. And there's probably 3 key ways that happens. The first is that your brain tries to simplify everything because, frankly, life has become too complex and you need to keep a focus on the important stuff. So you start to see everything as though it's very black or white, one thing or another. So things are either good or bad. They're either success or they're failure. People are either for you or against you. You are either a hero or an utter disaster. And because your brain is biased to spot negative things, because negative things generally matter more, it's more important that you notice the moments where you might mess up than the moments where you might do brilliantly. The risk when we're in this place on the point of overwhelm is that everything starts to feel really rubbish. Everything you do starts to feel like failure. Everybody around you starts to feel like they're against you. Why is everyone having a go at you all the time? Well, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just that you're in this place where your brain has started to feel under attack, overwhelmed, and therefore you're not thinking clearly. Because of the way that your brain tries to simplify things, it's as though your rational thinking brain, it gets turned right down. You start to respond much more instinctively, and your ability to rationalize and think things through clearly is reduced. And actually, some of the cognitive abilities that you have, things like memory and attention and sleep even, they change in this moment because you are on high alert. So if you're potentially on the edge of crisis and disaster, what your brain needs to be doing is scanning the horizon all the time for the next bad thing that might happen. So focused attention becomes very difficult. So you sit down and try and concentrate on a piece of work that you've got to do, or even read a book or watch a movie, and you just can't do it. Your brain's flitting all over the place. That's why. Your memory's shot to pieces too. It's like you can't hold something in your brain. You're forgetting things. You're losing track of things. A lot of that is what life is like when you're living on overwhelm. You haven't suddenly become rubbish at everything. You're just exhausted, and your brain's in this place where you're stressed out. And sleep. I mean, we've heard now coming out of lockdown many reports about just how many people struggled with sleep. And so much of that is because of this. Because if you're on the edge of potential disaster all the time, this is not a good time to switch off and go to sleep. So you're trying to sleep. Your brain is saying, no, stay focused, stay alert. Or maybe you've spent the whole day trying not to think about all the things that are worrying you, all the anxieties you have, all the things that could go wrong, and filling your mind with other stuff, keeping busy, and then you lie down and try to go to sleep, and you want to switch off your mind, but your brain is like, finally, I can get your attention. And so at the moment when you least want to, suddenly it's buzzing, it's full of all your worst fears, all your worst worries. So sleep can be a real challenge. And the third thing that changes is our emotional hypersensitivity. Because one of the interesting things about the way that particularly the emotions of anxiety and frustration work is that they're on the same physiological system, because they are emotions that are all about grabbing your attention and making sure that you don't miss something that could be significant. So anxiety is your brain's way of grabbing your attention and warning you something bad might be about to happen. It's like your brain's smoke alarm. And so in this moment, when your baseline on that system is already close to overwhelm point, any little triggers are going to feel much more significant emotionally than they normally do. So if you imagine a moment in life that would normally trigger, say, a 1 point raise in your frustration level. Well, if your baseline was already at 8 out of 10, a 1 point raise is really significant. So little things that normally you would have handled and responded to well suddenly just feel it's just too much. Like, are you kidding me? Don't do this to me. Not right now. I can't deal with it. So we become much more emotional, much more prickly, much more hypersensitive. And this is another reason that we're seeing so much conflict and argument right now, because little things and people just react. And in that moment, you're not in a place, because remember, your rational mind isn't operating as clearly as normal. You're not in a place where you can rationalize that and understand. It just feels to you in that moment like everybody is against you. So we're in this place where a lot of us are operating on the edge of overwhelm. And that's just exhausting. You're not designed to live like that long term. So in this season, it's really important, first of all, that we recognize that we reassure ourselves you're not going mad, you haven't changed. the kids in your family or in your class at school or whatever, they haven't suddenly become like little horror versions of themselves. They're just dealing with overwhelm just like you are. And maybe you're not responding as well to the little challenges that they present you with because you're dealing with overwhelm. So don't be fooled, but don't be freaked by the way that you're reacting or the way that other people are reacting. Let's recognize that our stress levels are high. One good piece of advice is that just in general, when you're near overwhelm, it's not a good time to make major life decisions. So if we recognize those moments in particular, because we might have a raised baseline, but as well as that, there might be key moments where something happens and then we're just pushed right into that overwhelm zone. Recognizing that that's happened is a really good start. Just saying to yourself, things probably aren't as bad as they feel right now. Maybe that person isn't really against me. Maybe I'm not as rubbish as I feel in this moment. Maybe it's just that my mind isn't responding in a great way right now. The second thing we need to do with our stress moments like that, though, is manage them. So what are the things that you're doing right now to manage the increased stress of this season? Because you need to. Believe me, you need to. And particularly as we go through the autumn, what might make the difference between whether you manage this well or whether you really struggle is likely to be how proactive and intentional you are about the things that you do to de-stress, to drop that stress level, to manage those spikes. So some of that will be in the moment. So your baseline was high and then something was thrown at you and suddenly you're literally you're underwater, you're overwhelmed, you feel like you're drowning, you're about to lose it. What do? The decision in those moments may be just to grab a second. Take a moment, go get some fresh air, get yourself out of the context, nip to the loo and do some deep breathing exercises, make yourself a cup of tea, sit on the back step, find somewhere you can see the sky to change your perspective and just grab a moment. Talk to a friend, find somewhere that is safe and appropriate for you to vent for a second and just drop that level. Anything you can do in the moment is important. Recognizing that you've had a stress spike and managing it really well. And actually a lot of studies that look at how do human beings manage long periods of sustained raised stress, they show that it's as much about how you respond in those little peak moments as it is about overall the things that you do. So think about that and be kind to yourself in those moments. It's okay to say, do you know what? I need 5 minutes out right now. I need to watch that really rubbish thing on Netflix for an hour at the end of every day right now because those things are getting me through. I need to take a clear day off right now. I need a day where I turn everything off, maybe to be even more strict with that than I normally am because my stress level is just right now. So let's think about that stuff. Think about the boundaries between your workspace and your home space. And think about longer term as well. So what is your rhythm and routine like? And amidst all the disruption and uncertainty and unpredictability of this season, are there key things you can keep in your routine and stick to them that help you drop stress level or manage stress? So I'm a biker, I'm a cyclist, I love to bike. For me, that's as much about physical exercise as it is about getting headspace away from the challenges and pressures. So just a space where I can totally switch off and get into the zone and not have to react or respond to anyone anymore. And that for me has become absolutely sacrosanct. I've biked more during lockdown than I normally do. Almost every day I'm out for a little bit or I'm on my Zwift machine so I can do it in the house now that the evenings are drawing in and the weather's not as good. But that's one of my ways of managing stress. What's yours? And do you make time for it? Do you say to yourself, actually, I am important to a lot of people. I'm supporting a lot of other people. So I need to make sure that I care for myself well with this stuff. If you're struggling with emotions like frustration and anxiety, recognize one of the most significant things in terms of how you manage that might be how you drop your overall stress level. Because remember, those little waves in the pool become much more significant if your overall stress level is higher. So think about how you rest your brain. You know, one of the things that a lot of people do to chill out and relax and sort of act out the frustrations of the day right now is they'll play video games. But that's not restful for your mind. That's still asking a lot in terms of it acting and reacting and keeping up and keeping track of lots of things. So be careful about how you relax, that you're doing things that enable your mind to switch off as well as your body, that are about distraction but are also about just space. You know, I love that in the Old Testament when it's talking about Sabbath and the need to rest and have that as part of our regular routine. One of the ancient Hebrew words that is used when they're talking about what Sabbath is about literally just means stop. And you know, this isn't rocket science. What are the things that place demands on you normally in your everyday life, or not normally in this new weird world that we're in? And where are the moments where that all just stops and goes away? So stress can be good stuff too. There might be wonderful things in your life that place demand on you. Kids, relatives, a job that you absolutely love, volunteering, youth work. These are all amazing things. But even though you love them, they could be stressful because they place demand on you. And in this season, probably more stressful than normal. So where are the times when you get away from everything, where you get rest, where you get relaxation? Be careful about that. Okay, number 2 in my set of 3 then is to recognize and manage, as well as stress, those difficult emotions. And so I just have a simple question for you in this moment. What are you feeling? Thing is, that's not a simple question, is it? Someone asked me the other day, "Kate, how are you? How are you feeling right now?" And I thought, oh, I have no idea what I'm feeling. Like, when did I stop and connect with myself well enough to answer that question? Not for a while. And we get so head down when we're on emergency mode that we don't actually connect with ourselves, because your brain is like, don't think about that, just get on with it. But there are 3 key emotions that we've got to think about in this season. And the first one is anxiety. Like I said, we will all be managing spikes of anxiety right now. We need to learn how to hold it. We need to learn how to respond to it. You know, when your smoke alarm has become oversensitive because your brain's on an emergency setting, one of the most important things to manage is to learn how to hold anxiety in those moments where actually it's just about your brain needing to reset. So much of this season is just about getting used to a weird new way of doing things, this new normal. So we need to anticipate anxiety, expect it, not be surprised by it, but learn how to manage it. Then 2 other things we need to do. I like to use the word ACE to remember how to do this. So A is anticipate anxiety. C is to challenge it, where we know there's something that's going to happen that will make us anxious. You know, if you spent 6 months not leaving the house and then you have to go out and go back to work, that will trigger anxiety. So challenge it, create opportunities where you can do some of the things that you know you haven't done for a long time that will trigger some anxiety. Help your brain get used to it. If you know that wearing a face mask is something that triggers a lot of anxiety for you, practice that. Wear it in a context that is otherwise unthreatening and see if you can get used to it. Challenge your anxiety. And then E is about edge forwards. Gradually step up the challenges that you're doing before you get to a space where you're just forced to like jump in at the deep end and do something that's really hard. Because if you do that, you can gradually increase your ability not just to hold the anxiety, but also you're retraining your mind. And remember, with anxiety, that thing about keeping your baseline low is so important. Because if you're near overwhelm, things can feel panic-inducing when they're actually quite small challenges. So that's anxiety. Number 2 is about loss, and my next session is all about loss. So I'm not going to talk about it too much now, but there is so much loss in this season. And for some people, that is the loss of bereavement, of just the cruelest loss, because this virus has stolen loved ones and family members. And without the normal rituals of funerals and hugs and friendship, that's been hard, harder than usual. But there are so many other types of loss that we've experienced. The loss of our freedom, the loss of control, the loss of predictability, the loss of the future that we thought we were going to have. For many of our young people in schools, that loss is ongoing now. The exam years, 11 and 13, trying to figure out what this year is going to look like. Are they going to lose key moments of transition that they expected? And in some ways, that's harder for them than it was last year for the students who were in those year groups. Because for them, it hit with total surprise out of the blue. But for this year's 11s and 13s, they are anticipating that loss. And we know as psychologists that anticipated loss is often worse than when it actually happens. The anxiety and the worry about that is really difficult. So we need to help people process loss, and check out my next seminar for more on that. And then frustration is the third emotion, like I've said, because it's operating on this same cycle. So again, think about, how are you dealing with frustration? How are you keeping your overall baseline low so you don't blow your top when it's not sensible or helpful to do so? Okay, my number 3, just as we finish this session, is a simple one, and it's we need to rediscover how to have fun. But that's not so easy, is it? In a moment where your brain is overwhelmed, the entire world seems to have gone crazy, there are new challenges all the time, everything keeps changing. When your brain is in that space, it's not easy to have fun. You might do things that you used to really enjoy and just find they don't really do it for you anymore. If your brain is in emergency mode, it's not easy to relax and just chill out and hang out with friends. So we need to relearn our habits of fun. You know, there's that ancient verse in Nehemiah saying, the joy of the Lord is your strength. And what I love about that verse is the Hebrew word that's translated as strength actually is more complex. It literally means it's your fortress. It's your place of safety. It's the thing you can retreat to when you're under attack, when you're under pressure. And fun, enjoyment, laughs, good things are part of how your brain naturally responds to a season of raised stress like this. It drops your stress level. There's nothing like a good laugh to do that. But also it helps you manage. It helps life continue to be worth living. And in this season, as we think about this being a longer term challenge, so many people are talking about mental health and well-being, and just how do we keep life worth living? We're hearing people say, I'm not sure that I have a quality of life now if I can't do these things. And we need to rebuild fun into our lives. We need to remember the basic needs that we have. But we're going to have to find more creative ways of doing them. So connection with other people. Don't despair of your friendships. Try and reconnect. So much talk of isolation in this moment, and isolation on its own is hard. But very often what lies behind how hard it is people feeling like they were forgotten. People feeling like actually when it came down to it, they didn't matter. They didn't feature very high up anyone's list of people that they most wanted to stay in touch with. Is there someone who's disappeared from your life, who you would normally have seen just in passing, in coincidence, in work, in the school corridor or wherever, and you've not seen them for 6 months? Maybe now would be a good time to get back in touch with them, try and reconnect, try and create rhythms and routines where you do see people, where those natural, relaxed banter moments that we now don't have, where they do happen or they can happen. Push yourself where you can and where it's safe to do things in person. Obviously not when increased guidelines make that impossible. And stay outside if you can to keep it safer. Keep it in small groups, 2s, 3s, whatever. But where we can do things in person, that really helps us. And supporting kids and teens to do the same thing. You know, helping them to do that well and to do it sensibly is really, really important. And then remembering other needs, getting outside, fresh air, connection with nature helps so much. We know that awe, that experiencing of the wider, beautiful physical world that we live in helps to drop our stress levels. So this is why I say, if all else fails and you're feeling stressed out, go try and find somewhere where you can see the sky. Go watch the birds soaring around. Go look at the stars. Those sorts of things can help drop your stress level in a moment. And then remember other things that you can do that are fun. Think about, what are the things that just make you laugh? What are the things that you enjoy? Do you need to try out some new things, to persist with the old things, to try and rediscover your ability to have fun? Think about that stuff too. So recognize and deal with, manage moments of high stress. 2, deal with the difficult emotions. Find spaces to process and express those emotions. And 3, rediscover how to have fun. And I hope and pray for you watching that in this challenging season, as we try to get back to something like new normal in the midst of such difficult circumstances, that you can find what you need to not just survive but thrive. And if you're feeling anxious or panic around some of the things that may be coming, or you're supporting other people who are, my prayer for you right now is that just the peace of God would surround you in this moment where the world feels so uncertain. You would be able to fix your eyes on the one solid thing that we can depend on, which is the God who we love and the God who loves us. So may you know that as a reality in this season. In Jesus' name, amen.
28,
27,
26,
25,
24, 23,
22, 21,
20, 19,
18,
17,
16, 15,
14,
13,
12,
11,
10,
9,
8,
7, 6,
5,
4, 3,
2,
1.
Hello again, welcome back. Hopefully you have managed to grab some lunch, had a little bit of a break and enjoyed the first set of seminars. We are now into our second set of seminars for the afternoon. If you were here with us on YouTube, we've just been with Kate Middleton as she's talked about the new normal and what life looks like in the pandemic, how to look after our own mental health in the midst of that. But we're going to stick around here. If you're sticking around here, we're going to stick with Kate Middleton. She's going to be talking to us about loss in a time of lockdown. So if you are intending to stay on for that seminar, then you are in the right place. If not, if you're meant to be in one of the other seminars, then do get in touch with Tandia at prayerspacesandschools.com and she will send you the right link to the Zoom room that you're meant to be in. But for now, back over to Kate for our seminar on loss and lockdown.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining me today in this seminar. We're going to be looking at the question of loss and lockdown. So we're going to be thinking in the next about 45 minutes about how we ourselves manage and process the loss that has been so much part of this weird season, but also how we help those we're supporting, children, young people in a school setting or at home or in our community or in youth work settings. So wherever you're encountering these issues, we're going to be thinking really practically about how does your mind respond to loss? What does that look like? What does it feel like? And what is it about the nature of this season that has created such a need for us to process and manage issues around loss? Because it really is one of the big topics and one of the big challenges of this season for almost everybody, no matter what your situation, what your context, what your experience of lockdown has been. So we're going to be thinking about how to do that. So just to say hello, tell you a little bit about myself if you haven't met me before, if you didn't watch my other seminar. My name is Dr. Kate Middleton. I'm a psychologist by background. I work for a church in Hitchin and Hertfordshire, and I'm also the director of two very exciting organisations. Well, I should say one organisation and one project. So I'm one of the directors of the Mind and Soul Foundation. We can be found at mindandsoulfoundation.org if you want to look us up online after this. And we are all about supporting mental and emotional well-being and equipping and encouraging the church to get stuck in. So not just when people are unwell, but helping to release their full potential, thinking about what real life and good life looks like, how we can support people to do life well amidst whatever the challenges are that they're facing. So in this unique season, thinking about the challenges of lockdown and pandemic life and how we can support people to not just survive, but thrive in spite of this really difficult time that we're in. And then I'm also the leader of a project called Headstrong, and you can find Headstrong at beheadstrong.uk. And Headstrong is an online space designed for teens and young people that is all about helping them to manage the challenges of real life and real faith in this crazy real world that we're in right now. So what does it look like to be trying to get through each day now as a teenager living in 2020? What does it look like if you're trying to understand some big questions of faith in that context? How do you do life well? How do you manage difficult emotions? What do you do in the moments when you're feeling flat or low? All of those sorts of things. It's an amazing space, so do go check it out. It's really designed to be viewed on a mobile phone, but you can look at it from any platform that you want. So go to it just like you would any other website, beheadstrong.uk. So let's move on and think about today's topic, which is loss and lockdown. So this is really one of the big challenges of this season that we're in, apart from managing the day-to-day questions, the uncertainty, the change, many of the emotions and the stresses that are around. In this season, as we're trying to get into something like a normal rhythm of life, trying to adjust the way that we live to doing it in the context of a global pandemic, one of the big difficulties that we have is we're trying to live forwards from this point, but we're also dealing with and trying to process some stuff about what has come in the 6 months that have led us to here. Because I don't know about you, but lockdown took me totally by surprise. Ridiculously so, really, when you look back, because all the signs were there and we knew from watching other countries what was likely to be coming, but I just don't think we could comprehend the reality of what that would be like for us as human beings, for our context, for our family, for our friendship groups, for our workplace. What would that mean? And this season, therefore, is this moment of trying to process, trying to ponder, trying to get our heads around the change that this has brought to the whole of the way of what it means to do life in 2020 and thinking forward to 2021 and however long this is going to go on having an impact. And there are so many things that in your mind are the sort of building blocks of everyday life, the reliable, foundational things that you can depend on that actually have been challenged in this moment. And so, although there may be some losses that feel more obvious, more stark, that we can understand more easily, in some ways the wider question of processing loss comes from some of those other things. Some things that have just changed, some of the stable, secure, previously dependable things that there were in life that just aren't there now or aren't the same. The question marks that have been raised over some of those things. And all of this has triggered feelings and emotions that we experience as loss. Because an emotion is your brain's way of grabbing your attention. It's your brain's way of telling you, this needs attention. You need to process this. You need to figure it out. There's something important going on here. And so in all these circumstances, when some of these big things have changed, your brain is using an emotion, the complex set of emotions that we would describe as loss or grief or bereavement, to keep some of these things at the forefront of your mind, to stop you from being able to forget them and just ignore them, to say, no, there's actually something going on here that you need to look into, to understand, to change the way you think about, to figure out how it's going to change the way you act in the future now that you cannot depend on this thing that maybe you previously thought you could depend upon. So one of the challenges of grief and loss is that sort of tennis game between your brain saying, woohoo, hey, focus on this, concentrate on it, think about it, figure it out, and you thinking, I actually don't want to think about that. It sucks. It's painful. It's difficult. I'm going to try and push it down, distract myself, try not to think about it. And your brain is like, no, hey, this really matters. You need to figure out what this means. And the more we get stuck in that game of tennis, the more difficult and painful grief can be. So that's why some of the rituals, some of the practices that we've developed as human beings help us process grief and loss and bereavement. Things like funerals where it's bereavement, that the moments in life, the significant markers of some of those key transitions help us to process what's going on so that the tennis game can stop. And in this season, while we've all been so head down, just get on with it, just dealing with the next challenge, many of us have not had the time yet to process some of the loss and difficulty. And therefore what happens is your brain continues to trigger those emotions, which also raises your stress level, which just creates this space where you feel overwhelmed, emotional, reactive, not yourself. And it's become really challenging for many people. And we're seeing this with children and young people too. And in a weird way, as they've gone back to something that feels more like normal life, some of these feelings of loss have come to the surface more than they did actually during the lockdown itself. Because perhaps only once you're off that red alert, acutely stressful moment and you get back into something that resembles normal rhythm more, only then does your brain have the headspace to say, actually, what about this? What did that mean? So I remember a moment with my son in his first week back at school. He's 8. And we were doing what used to be our daily routine at the end of each day. You know, he has his dinner, he has his bath, and then we do some stories in bed because he still loves being read to, even though he's 8. And so we were curled up and we were reading his latest favourite book. And he turned to me and he said, Mum, isn't it great to be getting back to normal? And I was like, yeah, he'd had like 3 days back in school then. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's nice that he's starting to feel that sense of something he can settle back into, something he can rely on again, something that feels normal. And clearly his brain's still ticking stuff over. So I didn't say anything. I just let him think for a moment. And then he just looked at me and said, Mum, lockdown was awful, wasn't it? And just in that moment, I'm so aware of his little 8-year-old brain trying to process, trying to express, trying to do some work with something. Like, what was that about? Is it over? What did that mean? Why was it awful? How did that feel? How has it affected me? You know, that one little sentence that just reveals so much complexity under the surface. And he's not been massively affected by lockdown in any greater way than any other 8-year-old kid across the UK. So that's a good illustration of the degree of loss that we're trying to support kids, young people, and trying to manage ourselves. So let me talk about 3 of those core sort of concepts that have been challenged. 3 spaces that we might have experienced loss. 3 areas that we might need to think about that maybe wouldn't immediately come to mind when you talk about a topic like this. So the first one is around you and your identity, your sense of who you are, but also how you interact with the world and with people around you. Your sense of security, your sense of control and the ability to control, particularly where there's risk. Can you keep yourself and the people you love safe? And linked to that, your sense of vulnerability. Am I basically someone who's pretty strong? I'm going to be okay even if things go crazy. Or do I actually feel really vulnerable? I might be in real trouble if this happens. And particularly if you or someone you loved or cared for were identified as more vulnerable or in the shielding group, but perhaps previously wouldn't have felt that you were someone who was particularly at risk or particularly unwell or particularly vulnerable, that's a huge challenge. It's a big change. And particularly for those who are fighting long-term illness, the battle not to be defined by your illness is something that's always very much a key topic. And suddenly in this moment, that became acutely challenging because you were being defined literally by your illness and asked as a result to shield. Some other key areas of identity that were challenged would be around your work role, your career, your job identity. You know, many people lost that entirely, either temporarily because they were placed on furlough or permanently. Or it just changed completely. You're working at home, you're not seeing people, you don't feel part of that bigger team anymore. Maybe the dynamics in your work team, in your team at school, if you're a teacher or wherever, maybe that changed. You know, in many schools, some people were in their schools throughout lockdown. Other people were teaching from home, doing online teaching. Those differences may well have changed some of the balance in your identity and the identity of your colleagues. What does it mean when our work becomes detached from any real connection with our colleagues? What does it mean when you have to take on new identity or your existing one changes? So suddenly overnight, if you became a teacher because you loved that face-to-face connection with young people, or maybe you're a youth worker or you go into schools to support students on mentoring schemes or something like that, and you do it because you love one-to-one connection, but suddenly overnight you're supposed to become someone who's tech savvy and can do it all on Zoom. That's a huge change to the nature of your job and the identity. For many kids, young people and adults, there was a change to the relationships that they had with some of those people, to the responsibility or weight in those relationships. So maybe there were people that they relied on beforehand who they couldn't rely on anymore. Some of those identities changed. And you may be one of those people. You were someone that before lockdown, some of the young people or children you work with utterly depended upon, but you disappeared from their life. That's a challenge. Some of us just had to take on new identities. So I was one of those people in that wonderful space where I'm still working full-time now from home, but I'm also head teacher and teacher, dinner lady, all of those things because we were homeschooling. So for many of us, our identities changed. And there's another challenge to identity, which was because of all these changes, because of the increase in stress, the people that we were seemed to change. So many people I speak to say, gosh, I just don't feel like myself anymore. I see myself react and respond to things and it's not like me. And some of those changes were really positive. People called to step up to new responsibility, into new spaces. Some of those changes can be much more challenging, just suddenly seeing yourself as this, grumpy, shouty person. I know homeschooling certainly brought me to that space a few times. And these things make us question ourselves. If you're used to being fairly stable and not super emotional, but suddenly you saw yourself reacting really emotionally, really reactively, you might feel that in a much more challenging way, and something about the core of how you understand yourself. So that's the first area of loss, is related to how we see and understand ourselves. The second is about community. So community is your friendships, your relationships, your family, your workspace, everything that sits in your sort of wider support structure. And the losses to community were particularly tough, the greater isolation that you suddenly found yourself in. So if you lived alone particularly. But it's not just the starkness of the isolation. That in itself is difficult. Just living month after month, not seeing people is tough, even if you have loads of friendships and connections. But for many people, it was the combination of that change in a context that really challenged their understanding of some of those friendship and relationships. So if you felt that you were surprisingly easily forgotten by people who you would have thought might have wanted to stay in touch with you, that's particularly hard because it challenges your identity. It challenges your understanding of those relationships. What do you do when there are people who you thought you would always do life with, who would always be there for you, who you would never be separated from, who suddenly were only available on the end of a phone? Or maybe because of the way they reacted and responded to lockdown and the way that you reacted and responded, or just the differences in your situations, that meant that actually friendships have been placed under real pressure. What happens when you suddenly become aware that if crisis hits, there's no one you can call on, you're on your own? Does that mean you shouldn't rely on people anymore, that you should become completely independent? What about the friendships that you feel just just fell away in this time, that just got lost? The ones that were just about people who you happened to see in work, crossing in a corridor or meeting over the kettle when you were making coffee in break time. And yet, when lockdown happens, they're not like top of your friendship list, so you've not stayed in touch with them. What does that mean about those friendships? So you can see that in this area, there were some big challenges to our sense of community, our sense of connectedness. And there were, of course, for some of us as well, the stark, the brutal challenges of loss and bereavement, either because of loved ones or family members who became ill with COVID and very sadly lost their lives to the virus, but also because of so many other bereavements, the natural bereavements that will happen in any 6-month period, but were so different in this season. People who were whisked off into hospital in the back of an ambulance, and then their loved ones couldn't be with them until they got the call to say that person had passed away. People trying to do those last conversations via FaceTime on an iPad held next to someone's bed. The loss of funerals and those human rituals, the gathering around someone's bed in their final hours. No hugging, no touching. Many of those key moments lived alone instead of community. And sometimes some extra anguish. I know in this season I've supported a few families where there have been bereavements that perhaps if it wasn't for 6 months of lockdown, illnesses or situations would have been picked up. So people who have had to deal with bereavement, but also a sense of regret and if only and what if, which is so hard. So community and relationships is another key area many of us are dealing with loss in. And perhaps those human connection losses are some of the most acutely difficult to deal with because it's so intrinsic in our DNA to need other people, to need connection. None of us were designed to do this on your own. The third area of loss then is around activity. So all the things that you can and can't do, your daily rhythm, the things that are part of your normal days, weeks, months, the things that make life worth living. We're hearing so much conversation about that now in this season as we think about maybe an extended time of having to live life differently. What are the crucial things that we need to have to make life worth living, to get value of life, quality of life? What does that mean for me, for you, for our children, for our young people? What are the things that are so important that we cannot lose them, that we have to preserve them? And where do they sit in the pecking order of some of the other things that are clearly important, like keeping the economy going? And you know, in this season, one of the biggest losses that we've had is those moments of fun. Like just being able to hang out, to chill out, to have fun. Life has become such a grind at the moment. It's like all the time we're dealing with difficult stuff, the latest change, the next worry, the next challenge. Many of us are still rediscovering how to have fun. Often people lost motivation, the get up and go, you know, just your love of life because it's become so challenging and so difficult. And we've lost freedom as well. We've lost what's called our agency, your ability as a human being to make decisions about what you want to do or not. Many of those decisions are being made for you now. You know, we've got the rule of 6 just introduced, and so many of us are having to do the maths, thinking like, gosh, well, we're a family of 4 in my household. So thinking, well, gosh, that's quite a big limit then. Unless we like kick out a couple of our families so that we can have some other people around, we've got to think about how do we do those things. We can't just do them anymore. I heard somebody on the radio this morning talking about how for a generation life has ceased to be spontaneous and how big a challenge that is for their generation. They were talking as a 20-something. But that's something that we've all lost, the ability just to decide what we want to do. So loss is everywhere, and it's a hugely complex issue. And for me as a psychologist, as I say, I'm aware that one of our big challenges in this season is how do we respond to all those losses? How and when do we process them? Because the need to process as part of our response to loss is absolutely key. It's literally a restructuring of your brain, understanding and trying to figure out how we live life forwards from this moment. And that's so key in how well we can do the next season. If we get pushed into it and thrown into it without the chance to process, we will always feel that sense of anxiety, that sense of keeping up, because your mind likes to figure these things out, to have those building blocks to build life on, to feel secure. So we've got to figure out some important questions. Are there key things that we used to believe about the world that now we have to recognize are not true? We actually can't control all risk. We cannot keep all of our loved ones safe from everything. There are some key things that we need to change our mind about and figure out what does that mean going forward. And we need to think about how long-term are these changes likely to be, and what does that mean for how we do life? And allowing yourself the space to process and express the feelings linked with this complex area of loss is so important in that. There's a guy called Dr. Roger Baker, and he's a psychologist and expert in the field of emotional processing. And he says this, he says, facing feelings ultimately reduces the disturbing power of those emotions, opening the door to healing. Shutting the psychological gates can cut off the flow of feeling and hinder any effective understanding and resolution. So where we face difficult, painful stuff that has caused us to recognize that we have lost things, the quicker we can do the cognitive and psychological work, the emotional work of processing that stuff, the quicker we can then move into a space where that ceases to be an everyday pain that we're carrying. If we need thoughts and feelings to go away, the only way to do that is not to suppress them, because they'll keep bubbling to the surface as your brain tries to force you to do this work. It is to process them. And this, of course, is what we call grief, giving yourself space to do that. So what does grief look like? Let's just pause for a moment on that topic. What is grief? And you may well have heard of people talking about the stages of grief. I was talking to someone last week who'd phoned saying, oh, they needed to, Kate, I need to have a chat. So I made some space and we did a phone call. And basically, right at the beginning of the call, they were like, I just need to warn you that I've moved on in my stages of grief and I'm now at anger. So I need to shout for about half an hour. Is that okay? So I'm like, yeah, that's absolutely fine. And basically that is what they did. They did then just vent a load of frustration and anger. And actually, that's a really healthy recognition of something that's going on in that moment of time for that person's life. And you'll have heard of people talk about, like they did, the stages of grief. And there are definitely different stages that we go through where one or other emotional feeling or challenge may feel like it's come to the surface and is the key challenge of that moment. But let's be really clear. The idea that those things happen in a key order or involve key stages that everybody goes through actually is not as true as it was originally thought to be. So the order and timing of what you may experience as a result of your personal package of loss that you're dealing with right now, or the young person that you're supporting, or the kids in your household, or whatever the context is, they will vary massively. There may be some emotions that you don't experience at all, whereas for someone else, they're a really big problem. One person might be furious, the other devastated, the other feeling just totally flat and quiet. So grief is very influenced by who you are. Are you a very emotionally expressive person, very external? Those people are likely to experience grief quite outwardly, to need spaces they can vent, share, talk it out. Or are you very internal, much more quiet, more withdrawn? For many of those people, grief is something about just not feeling like seeing anyone, retreating into your own headspace. So you need to think about yourself and give yourself the freedom to express, to process, to experience this moment of loss in whatever way works for you and the people you're supporting. And perhaps where you're seeing reactions that feel awkward, that feel difficult, that feel inappropriate, you can ask a question about why for that person is it being expressed in that way? Is this actually really in keeping with the sort of person that they are? So grief is shaped by who you are. Grief is also shaped by how you are, though. And in this moment, with so much else going on, processing grief and loss, it takes such a lot of energy, and it's very difficult in moments when your mind is still in overwhelm. So particularly grief that comes post or associated with trauma, that's one of the challenges. In that moment, straight after something traumatic has happened, actually, most people feel a lot less than they think they're going to feel because their mind is just overwhelmed and exhausted. In this season, for some, it's been one of high demand and stress, I'm very aware that there may be some people watching this who are senior leadership team in school settings, or who are working in professions where they've been very frontline, or where things just haven't stopped. Many of those of you who work in church spaces will have not stopped yet. I'm, as a psychologist, I've got some leave booked in a couple of weeks. That will be my first leave for 7 months. You know, if you're in that position where this has been a season of high demand, high stress, relentless challenge, and just exhausting levels of work, your space and energy to process your grief and loss is going to be much more limited than some other people. So I just want to say, if that's you, don't rush this. Don't feel forced to talk if you're not ready. Think about maybe what you need right now most in order to process loss and grief is just space, rest, time off, and then you'll create the space and ability for your mind to do that. Some of our children and young people are in the same space. And I'm talking to people who are concerned for children and young people, who are understandably quite antsy to say, what shall I do to help them process this? And sometimes my answer is, right now, nothing. Let them just have a few weeks of something, hopefully, if the situation in your area remains relatively stable, something that's a bit more normal. Create as much normality as you can. Create moments of fun and relaxation and rest for them. Watch some good movies, chill out with them, kick a ball around. Maybe now isn't the time yet to do the intense work, the thinking, the talking, the processing. So think about how tired you are. Do you have capacity right now, or does the person you're worried about have the capacity and energy right now to process and deal with their grief? Remember, when you are in that space of overwhelm, when you're exhausted, your brain literally turns down the bit of your mind that does rational thought and analysis. So if you try and do it too soon, you'll just find it really, really hard. And also, your emotions are much closer to the surface, and your capacity to hold and deal with those emotions well is really limited. So if you try and do this too soon, it has the potential just to go horribly wrong and make things much harder instead of helping you to move into a better space. So take your time. And the third thing that grief is shaped by is where you are. So again, grief needs space. It needs space to be able to express as well as process. It needs you to be able to be self-centered for a moment, to think, to pause for long enough to connect with your own feelings, to think, how am I feeling? If you're in a position still where you are holding the emotions of a lot of other people, that's going to be much harder. If you're supporting someone who's in that space, so a young person who's got someone in their household who's very vulnerable or who's been shielding may feel an incredible pressure to hold things, to be strong for that person. They may struggle with guilt around, well, if I admit that I'm finding this hard, what about my mum or dad or aunt or uncle or granny who's actually in a harder position? And that challenge with guilt, with actually there are so many people who have things worse than me, maybe I just shouldn't be feeling this, is a real one when it comes to grief and loss. To allow yourself to say, actually, for me, maybe uniquely because of the person I am, the situation I'm in, the context of when this happened, this thing may feel like nothing to someone else, but to me, it rocked my world. To me, it left me reeling. That's hard. And in terms of where we are, we also need to be aware of the limits and constraints on just the practicalities of how we process grief and loss. So for many of us, our day-to-day support people, the mates, the people we go to, the people we have a laugh with, they are where we manage a lot of these little emotional moments. And right now, when there's some bigger emotional moments, we're also in this challenge because we don't have those natural spaces to have those conversations. And that can create a real intensity around things that makes it harder because it doesn't feel normal, because we're not able to totally relax with people. So sometimes we need to think about practical things that we can do to create the space where maybe at some future point that might become somewhere that loss and grief can be processed, but not to place too much pressure on. And again, I'm thinking for those of us who have relationships with children and young people here. And maybe what we do is we create a space where we see them every week. And that might be just to go for coffee or just to kick a ball round or whatever. And what we're doing is we're creating a space that has the potential to become significant, but there's no pressure. So think about potential, but not pressure. because that's really important. Just creating space and possibility without making ourselves feel like there's something we should be doing. Grief runs to its own time schedule, and that time schedule is influenced by so many other things that are going on, like I've just been saying. So in terms of what grief is, let's accept that the order and the timing and the nature of grief is an individual journey, and it's shaped by circumstance. It can be changed, especially in this sort of season, at a moment's notice by something that changes. If we get thrown into another lockdown in the area you're living with, that may change in a moment the opportunity to have some of these spaces, and we need to be really creative and adaptive in how we respond to that. But let me tell you 5 things that are often part of a grief reaction. And remember, as I go through this, these are 5 things that can happen in any order, in no order. They can all flare up and down slightly unpredictably. Some or all of these things may be part of your grief or loss experience for any one individual, but some of them may never happen for some of us. So grief can take us by surprise, sometimes because of what it does involve, things that we never thought it would, or sometimes because of things that, frankly, it doesn't involve, and actually things that we'd always assumed would be part of grief, but aren't. And sometimes we can fail to spot that something is about grief because it's expressing itself or being seen in an unexpected way. So number 1, perhaps the most obvious, is sadness. And this is probably what we expect to see as part of grief, and what we often think is a healthy expression of grief. Sadness, crying, that sort of space. But perhaps the most important thing to note about sadness is that actually you might struggle to feel it. Or you might be surprised how difficult it is to connect with your sadness. To be able to express sadness requires a sense of real security and safety. And in this season where security and safety are not the things that we could always rely on previously, sadness is harder than you might think to allow yourself to experience. So if we want to help someone to express and process sadness, what we need to do is create safe spaces where they can do that. And sometimes they need to be really boundaried spaces. Sadness is perhaps the most difficult emotion in terms of when we're sharing grief with people who we love, with friends and family, because we worry about the impact that our sadness might have on that person. So in situations where sadness is a really strong element, sometimes therapeutic spaces that are really boundaried and safe can be very, very valuable. But remember as well that when your brain is on that emergency setting, part of the boundaries your own mind places is to shut off feelings of sadness, because it's about helping you keep going in the everyday. So don't be alarmed if you're struggling to connect with sadness. At the same time, be aware that sometimes it can catch you unawares. Surprising things trigger our sadness. Moments that we didn't think would be as sad as they are. Things that are poignant, something someone says, a smell that reminds us of somebody who we've lost, seeing something that reminds us of something we used to do but can't do anymore. Sadness can flare up almost out of nowhere. Okay, number 2 is anxiety. Now this is a really interesting one, because anxiety is like your brain's smoke alarm. It's telling you something significant might be going on in the world around you. Something might be about to happen that's bad. You might need to deal with something, stop something, prevent something. And in this season, we have lost things that really matter to us almost with no notice, with no warning. Our minds have become very twitchy and much more anxious, and that's normal. And actually, post any type of trauma or loss, it's normal for your brain to become more twitchy with anxiety than it used to be, because it is literally saying, like, hang on, could this happen again? Could something else really important get lost with no warning? Is everything much more vulnerable than I ever thought it was? And in this season that you're trying to process some of those bigger questions, anxiety, therefore, is more common. So don't be surprised by this. Don't be freaked by it. Don't be fooled by it. This is a short-term change. It's part of the increase in stress level that loss triggers, as your brain just has to do much more work to figure stuff out. And it's part of the normal adjustment. As your mind settles down and gets used to things, it will change and go back to something that's more normal. Right now, you're just going to be a bit super sensitive. It's like when your smoke alarm goes off every time you put toast on. The only real reaction that we need to learn in that season is the emotional equivalent of the smoke alarm dance. You know the smoke alarm dance, right? When it goes off and everybody in the house grabs something and does this. It's how do I reset my anxiety alarm when it's gone off in moments when actually it's okay. This isn't a threatening situation. There isn't anything I need to do here. How do I manage a season where my mind is more super sensitive than normal? And some of this will resolve as you do the processing, as you do the talking, as you do the adjusting. But expect a bit more anxiety than normal. And don't be panicked by that. It isn't a sign that you're going crazy or that you've become basically unstable. It's just part of the journey. Number 3 then, and remember, these are not in any order. These can all happen in any order at any time. But number 3 is anger. And it is natural to feel anger in this situation. You know, you've lost things. It's not fair. There are some basic injustices about this. This flipping virus that has destroyed your life, that has changed the lives of so many people, that is destroying our culture. It's okay to be angry. But the interesting thing about anger is how quite often it's expressed in places that aren't actually the spaces that have triggered it. So we're angry with one thing, but we can't yell at a virus, so we yell at somebody else. We yell at the politicians, we yell at the radio, we yell at the annoying person on social media who's just said something stupid. We yell at our loved ones, even though it's not really their fault. Sometimes other emotions can come out, can be expressed as anger, particularly in children and young people who find emotions in general much more difficult to manage. Their maturity, their understanding, their literacy to discuss and talk about their emotions is not fully developed yet. And so particularly in younger children, sometimes emotions like anxiety and worry come out as anger, frustration, even tantrums, reoccurring in children who are old enough that they had previously grown out of them. Or just for us too. You may well have had moments yourself where you just feel really grumpy. And sometimes the exhaustion, the overwhelming, the relentless nature of loss, grief, of this complex moment can make us all just quite shouty. So dealing with anger is about finding healthy and appropriate ways to express it, but also recognizing it. You know what? Maybe it isn't that everybody in the world around you is deliberately trying to annoy you right now. Maybe you're just more prickly than normal because there's some stuff going on in the background that you need to deal with and make space to process. Or maybe this is just a moment like the lady who phoned me the other week where you do need to find a good safe space to vent, to release some of the anger that you're feeling. Okay, number 4 in my set of 5 is good stuff. Joy, laughter, fun, happiness. Now, it may sound really weird that I'm talking about those things as part of grief, but it's really important that we recognise that those things can be part of a season of processing and dealing with loss, and it's actually really important that we make space for them because you need good stuff still in your life. It is about life not being relentlessly awful in this season of processing something difficult. It is about dropping your stress level. So processing and dealing with some of those other emotions is so hard, so stressful, so difficult. We need times where we can kick back, enjoy ourselves, relax, forget about that stuff. It doesn't mean we're no longer sad. It doesn't mean we're selfish. It doesn't mean we didn't love the person that we've lost. Remember, your brain isn't binary. It tries to simplify the world as though it was one thing or another. Either you're dealing with loss or you're not. Either you're happy or you're sad. But the truth is those two things can exist at the same time. You might be dealing with terrible loss and some really difficult circumstances, but still have moments where you can, if you look hard enough, find joy, find happiness, even find something to laugh about. And that's a brilliant thing to do. I said in my other seminar for this conference that the verse in Nehemiah that says the joy of the Lord is your strength, that Hebrew word, that ancient Hebrew word, literally means it's your fortress, it's your place of protection, it's something that you can retreat to in life's most difficult moments, and it gets you through, it keeps you safe. So maybe if you're dealing with a lot of loss right now and you're finding that really hard, another thing that you might need to do for yourself is just find some spaces where you can have fun. When you meet with friends, instead of that being yet another opportunity where you have to go through the difficulty and talk about painful stuff, maybe sometimes it should just be about laughs. Go watch a movie, or just sitting outside in the dark and drink a lot of cups of tea, or whatever it is that you might be able to do in this moment, bearing in mind the local restrictions in your area and your own circumstance. But whatever you can do just to have some laughs, do a Zoom quiz, whatever works for you. Remember to build those things into this season of processing loss. And number 5, the last thing you might feel, or someone you're supporting might feel as part of loss, is this: nothing. And nothing is probably the hardest thing to feel, because we can deal with something. It feels tangible and we can do something about it. Those trying to care for us and support us can do something with something. You're angry, they can let you vent. You're sad, they can't give you a hug actually at the moment, but they can do the distanced equivalent of that. There are things they can do. They can send you flowers. There's stuff that they can do. They can make you dinners. Nothing is a bit of a puzzler in this moment of loss and grief. And a lot of people are really quite alarmed by feeling nothing. They think, what's wrong with me? Is something weird about my head? Is this going to hit me at a later date and be horrendous? Why am I feeling nothing? But it is normal to have seasons where actually you just feel either literally nothing, or you might notice the lack of emotions. You feel flat, you feel almost detached from reality, from the world, like you're just going about things on automatic pilot, not really connecting. And this can be really normal, particularly at first. So if you've been through something traumatic or something has happened very suddenly, there is this season where very often, as part of responding to that, your mind is protecting you from the wider implications of it. Or you are just exhausted, overwhelmed, or in that emergency state, and therefore you're just not feeling very much. It can be a sign that you need a break, that you need a rest. It doesn't mean you don't care, or that those other emotional reactions aren't there somewhere. But it is a sign about where you are in that moment. So if you're feeling nothing, don't beat yourself up about it. Don't be anxious, but maybe do think, could I take a break? Could I get some rest? Could I get away? Is there somewhere I could create space for myself to think and process and act and react to what's gone on? But the other way you might feel nothing is just because maybe there are key parts of grief and loss that you're not that type of person. They're not going to be part of your experience. So somebody else may be really devastated and very tearful, but that's just not the way that you express and process things. Maybe you are a more angry person. People are different. One person's need might be for lots of talking space where they can talk and sob and share. Other people might need space to go out for lots of long runs and kind of pound out their loss and grief and process it somewhere within that. So we need to recognise that grief is a really individual response. And all of these things can come in waves. They can come predictably. There may be a moment that you know is going to be tough. You have to go back to a workplace that isn't the same as the one you left. You have to go through somebody's birthday when they've passed away, or key moments where you know that loss is going to feel acutely painful. But they may also be totally unpredictable and just hit you like a wave from nowhere. And in those moments, the key to grief is, instead of battling with the waves, instead of trying to stand upright and just somehow be buffeted by them but not give, the key is to learn to surf them. Go with them. Allow yourself to feel what you're feeling. And within that, find good ways of processing and sharing that. So 3 quick things then of how you do that. Number 1, intentionally find yourself spaces to process. That could be spaces with friends, with family, or it might even be therapeutic spaces. They could be talky spaces, but if you're very internal, they could be withdraw spaces, headspace spaces, moments when then no one else is around. It's not all about talking. Remember, think about reading, praying, journaling, or just time doing nothing. Those spaces can be surprisingly productive when it comes to processing. So process. Number 2, express. And again, remember, this is bigger than just talking. So if you're a writer, write things down, write poetry, draw, paint. Remember, a physical expression, like I say, pounding out frustration, going for long runs or walks. Some of those things can help us process in a way that we couldn't do verbally. So just be creative about how you do this. And remember, expressing can take a lot of emotion. It can be exhausting. So sometimes you'll need to rest before you can express. And if you've expressed, you may well then need to rest. So go easy on yourself, look after yourself, and make sure that you're giving yourself time for that recovery as well as the expression. And then number 3 is connection. Thinking about the key people who will help you. And this is about being creative, varying it, not placing all your eggs in one basket, not placing all your pressure on one friendship. And I would just say, remember that in this season, it is one where sometimes therapeutic spaces can be really valuable. And these needn't be like years of intensive therapy. It could just be a couple of sessions with a really good therapist, particularly if you're someone who's supporting a lot of other people, or if you're in a very senior leadership position. If your job is to hold the emotions of a lot of other people, you might find that you've become so good at suppressing and managing your own emotions that connecting with some of what you're feeling right now around grief and loss actually kind of, you would benefit from having somebody else help to steer you through that journey. So let's think about creativity and the people that we need to connect with to help us do our own journey. So I hope that has helped to explain a little bit about this complex area and expand our understanding of it beyond just thinking about bereavement, but also think about the practicalities of how we do loss, how we help ourselves manage loss. And so I'm just going to pray at the end of this session. Just, Lord God, I want to pray for anyone who's watching who's really struggling with feelings of loss and grief right now. And I pray that your love might surround them, that they might know that you're close to them, that they might be able to connect with you, and that in the safety of that relationship, they'd be able to connect with their own feelings too. And I pray for those of us who are supporting other people to manage loss too. Lord God, help us to create the right spaces, to be sensitive, to be empathetic, to be creative in how we do that well. And throughout this season, Lord God, my thanks to you is that verse from Psalm 34, that you are close to all whose hearts are crushed by pain. So I pray for anyone who feels literally crushed by the pressure of this season, the season that we've gone through, the season that we're going through. And I do just pray for your love and your peace that surpasses human understanding to help us manage the difficulties of this season. In Jesus' name, amen.
Kate, thank you so much. We've just had a look at the chat and clearly it's been a profound message for lots of you watching. If you would like to know any more about Mind and Soul Foundation, the charity that Kate is the director of, Tandia from Prayer Spaces in Schools is going to be putting the link in the chat for you now. And also Headstrong, the latest project of Youthscape. Kate's working with us on Headstrong, which is a website for young people, helping to support them and their mental health during this time. So check out that. Do share that with the young people that you're working with. For now, have another quick break. We'll see you back here at 1:45 for the second of our live keynote sessions.
28,
27,
26,
25,
24, 23,
22,
21,
20, 19,
18,
17,
16, 15,
14,
13,
12,
11,
10,
9,
8, 7,
6,
5, 4,
3,
2,
1, 0.
Hello again, welcome back. It is our final set of keynote sessions. We hope that you've enjoyed the seminars, enjoyed some lunch. We are really looking forward to the final time that we've got together. Hopefully you enjoyed the seminars just as much as we did. I know that we've had lots in the chat, Phil.
Yeah, I was involved in 2 of the seminars, and I loved the chat that was going on. People were asking questions and then answering questions, and some were drawing on their experience from other countries as well, other nations as well. So loved the way that we are making the best of the difficulties of being so distant, but making use of the chat. Jill Buckridge said, so helpful, loads of wisdom. I loved what Susan says as well, joy as a fortress to keep us safe through these difficult times. These are great quotes, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I was in with Kate here on YouTube, if you were here joining us. They were just really excellent seminars. First seminar about what it means to be stressed and to be experiencing just the weight of the pandemic in terms of trying to work out how to do life in a just different way, and the constant load that is on us as we are facing all these different changes. And then her second session was lost. We've had Andy Jones. Kate's lost session was truly brilliant. So do check those out after today. I would really highly recommend them, and they were just the 2 I saw. So I'm sure there's loads of other great seminar content. Do go back and check out all that happened, all that was shared when we send the links out later to the YouTube videos once we've posted them online.
One that I didn't get to see, which I definitely want to, is Aisha Thomas's session. We just felt the issue of racial injustice was significant today. We wanted to make a lot of space for it, which is why we've also invited Esther Dean to come and deliver our 3rd keynote. She is the the chair of the Racial Equality in Education group, and we're absolutely delighted that she's here to contribute today as well.
So before we head over to Esther, we just want to encourage you to get your notebooks out and make some notes and really think about how this might land for you practically in your context, in your setting, in the school that you work in or the schools that you work in, because there's loads in here. There's loads of really practical tips and ideas and advice that you can put into place, that you can implement really quickly. And actually, I found it, when I watched it, I found it really inspiring, and I'm looking forward to watching it again. So do stay tuned and watch that. But before we head over to Esther, we have one more of our little Vox Pop clips from young people and children sharing their thoughts and their opinions and their voices on the issue of racial injustice and diversity. So we're going to head straight from them into Esther Dean's. But for now, we're going to head over to our children and young people.
I think that it's just shocking, really.
Why do they say that white people are better than black people? Because there's no difference.
I don't agree with the violent protests in America, but here I feel like it's been dealt with well. It's been good that we've raised awareness of racism in the UK, and Black Lives Do Matter.
It makes me very upset that people are treating other people badly because of the colour of their skin or what they look like.
I feel like racism is really not needed and everyone's equal.
Sad.
It makes me really sad because I know that God loves everyone and created everyone with equal value.
Learn about it much more. It would be good to do projects on it and do assemblies on it.
We need to make sure that there are equal opportunities in school for everyone, no matter the colour of their skin.
Shutting down or challenging any unkind or unnecessary comments.
We can work together to not be mean to each other and not hurt people's feelings.
Point out all of the people, all of the black people who have been amazing in the past few years.
We can write letters to our leaders to express our feelings about this.
We need to carry on educating ourselves about race and diversity.
To celebrate it more and more because it would really add something to our school communities.
I feel like we need to do more.
Racism and ignorance is real, and when we come to tell you that it is happening to us, you need to believe us.
Sort it out.
Hello, my name is Esther Deans and I've been working on equality issues in education in Bristol. Despite my many roles, I'm foremost a teacher, so I do know that teachers are some of the most amazing people who make changes in people's lives every day. So let me start by asking you, how are you? Take a moment to think about that. The impact of COVID-19 had a profound effect on us. We were going about our busy lives when suddenly we stopped. Our lives changed, our thoughts changed, our priorities changed. More time to think, appreciation of smaller things like going out. Friends became entertainers, sending all manner of social media posts. But there was one post that was to become a pivotal point during this period, and that was the image of the death of George Floyd. So why did George Floyd's death matter so much? Well, it underpinned the racial injustice that seemed to be going on all around us. Reports of more deaths amongst BAME staff to the NHS, greater risk of COVID-19 to BAME communities, predictions that BAME students would fare worse in working from home and in teacher-assessed grading of GCSEs and A-levels were matters of discussion. Preluded by the Amy Cooper video, in which the issue of white privilege was addressed just a week earlier, in the way she used the colour of a black man against him when talking to the police, the video of George Floyd forced us to address the undeniable issue of racial injustice that was beyond any other explanation. George Floyd was not the first and is already not the last to die due to the racial injustice that exists. But hearing him pleading for his life, "I can't breathe," became embedded in our hearts. and sparked such hurt and outrage that people all around the world rose up to join the Black Lives Matter protests and give rise to a climate of change. This did not mean that all lives don't matter. It was simply acknowledging that when it came to racial injustice in the world, the scales were not evenly balanced. If you were black, you carry the weight of more obstacles and challenges, and we could no longer pretend that this was not the case. It was a cry of Black Lives Matter too. These protests were attended by people of every race and colour, not just something black people were calling for, but a much more united response. And this is good that this change is something that we all want to make together. In the same way the call for equality went around the world in the 1960s, with the protests in South Africa after the imprisonment of Nelson Mandela in 1962, the Civil Rights Act in America of 1964, and the UK Race Relations Act of 1965, to name just a few. We are now also facing a watershed moment. We have schools in Bristol where over half the students, black and white, have called for curriculum reform. Teachers asking what we can do differently. Education's on everyone's lips. And we know that change must come in education if we are serious about addressing the racial inequalities we see in our society. So what does this mean in education? This is not a new issue. We have been looking in Bristol at the impact of race in education for some time. We believe we live in a civilised, tolerant, fair society. But is this reflected in the very institutions that lie at the heart of the citizens we produce? Does race equality exist in education? There were 5 main areas that we focused on. 1, the whiteness of the curriculum and engagement of black students. 2, the lack of diversity of teaching staff and school leadership. 3, the lack of engagement with parents. 4, the rise in exclusions for black boys. And 5, the widening of the attainment gap between black and white students. The Runnymede Trust report of 2017 called Bristol a city divided and called out 3 main issues that impact on the lives of BME groups. 1 was the whiteness of the curriculum. Too often our school quota of black history starts with slavery and ends with civil rights, none of which puts black people in a particularly good light. As a Jamaican woman, I am denied the kudos that comes from all the great contributions of black people to our shared history. Maths, medicine, science, musicians, engineers, their achievements lost or denied through our current curriculum. This not only denies our black students the self-esteem and aspirations of walking with such ancestors, but it also consolidates a collective conscious bias towards a system that promotes being white with being superior, because those European figures are shown in a much more positive light. And therefore, according to the Runnymede Trust report, it concluded the current curriculum is drawn up by people who are not able to create a learning framework which caters for children from different upbringings and cultures, and therefore favours children from a white, mainly middle-class background. 2, lack of diversity in teaching staff and school leadership. In Bristol, around 4.4% of our teachers are from BME backgrounds, compared with the national average of 7.5%. While we have a change in demography of students, our demographic of teaching staff has mainly remained the same. Research shows that diverse staffing is better for all pupils, with an increase in black teachers especially influential for black students, who, according to our figures, are in one of our most vulnerable groups. Black students spoke of the lack of black teachers impacting on role models in schools and their aspirations to teach. You can't be what you can't see. We know that diverse teams are good for creating more new ideas as you allow for more perspectives, yet this is not happening at the teaching level, the leadership level, or the governing board level. Change is possible. Brent actively recruited more black teachers and supported their progress. There are models to follow if we want to make something happen. 3, poor engagement with parents. A link was drawn between low attainment and poor engagement with parents. Those least likely to complain or know the school system were often left out of the process by which they could provide further support to help their children progress. There seemed little impetus to empower parents to see themselves as part of the process or of educating their children. This is very different to elsewhere in the education system, where we see high achieving schools having high contact and information sharing with parents. Data collection models also added the widening of the attainment gap. Too often, the rosy picture presented of black students making great levels of progress as they outperform their target grades disguised the trend data that in reality they don't perform at the same level as their white counterparts. This is often as a result of low predicted grades given by their teachers, often away from primary school, that can follow a child throughout their school life, influencing their target grades and the grades teachers will push them to achieve. And this has a much wider and darker effect of influencing their choices, next steps, and life choices as that those students will make. Spotlighted this year, it was acknowledged that teacher-assessed grades replacing exams may affect these disadvantaged groups the most. Of course, the true extent of that analysis will not come out until October, when final grades will be verified. 5. The rise in exclusion rates for black boys, 4 times higher than their white counterparts, despite the smaller percentage of them at most schools. These students are more likely to end up in pupil referral units, where they are less likely to be re-engaged with the curriculum, more likely to fall out of the education system, or achieve the kind of qualifications needed to equip them for life after school. We wonder why they have become disengaged with an education system they may feel is against them or has failed them. This again will have knock-on effects in terms of employment, as unemployment remains higher amongst the BME community than their white counterparts. So, if education is a preparation for life, how well are we preparing our students? If we say we want to live in a fair and just society, what are we prepared to do to change the status quo and make a difference? What do we want from our schools that will make transformational change that will give us greater hope for the future? And how can we use Black Lives Matter conversations as a way of healing and bringing us together, rather than creating more divisiveness and disruption? In Bristol, we've been creating the One Bristol curriculum as a way of making transformational change. Addressing BLM conversations and the most common concerns of the Race Equality in Education group, it enables schools to address this in a positive way. Rather than just tinkering at the edges of education and adding a bit more black history here and there, we wanted to ask ourselves what we needed from schools in order to make transformational change that will actually make a difference to the society we live in. Therefore, we are asking our schools to sign up to a commitment of inclusion and diversity. In the first phase, we will address the issue of race equality in the curriculum. And this will lay a template for change for Bristol City Council that will allow them to address other issues in other phases. We are asking schools to focus on 5 main strands to make change. 1. The curriculum. Teachers have been working on new curriculum resources that bring in black contributions to life in Britain throughout the curriculum, not just history, but for all ages, stages and subjects. This will normalise this information so that when looking at the Tudors, it becomes normal to look not just at the lives of rich and poor Tudors, but also black Tudors. Black soldiers who fought in World War I and II will finally be recognised, and children will be able to see the medical ideas that came from Africa as well as our numbers and maths. This will not only raise the self-esteem of black students as they see themselves within the curriculum and create a sense of belonging, but also allow white students to benefit by breaking down stereotypes and promoting a greater sense of equality and respect for their peers. This is not intended to be additional material, but rather lessons and schemes of learning rejigged to allow for this to be an integral part of learning, and resources easily available for teachers to be able to use them. A diverse curriculum is good for all students in building critical awareness skills and creating global citizens. Instead of talking about what was the British Empire, we might ask, how far was the British Empire a force for good or bad in the world? 2. Enrichment, wider participation. One Bristol curriculum has worked with local artists and creative groups to bring a wider variety of workshops into the classroom. This might range from an interactive play on the Windrush by the West Indian elders, cargo black history stories through poetry, or Mama Africa project on African history with a drum and dancing workshop for a performance for parents. Working with people from the black community allows students to break down stereotypes and barriers. In my old school in South Bristol, it was amazing how a Caribbean night or having gospel singers from America made more a difference than any amount of traditional educating. Schools will get a recommended list of community groups to choose from so they know they are getting a quality product. 3. CPD. Support for teachers to not only teach a new and different curriculum, but also address some of the issues around teaching in a multicultural school and dealing with a range of different cultures. Black students often report feeling that they're treated differently, and while this might not be done on purpose, and we've heard lots about unconscious bias, it is something we need to address. In Jamaican cultures, it's seen as a sign of respect not to look an elder in the eye, but that might not be understood if a child doesn't look at you in the eye when you're talking to them. And Jamaicans may often be loud and animated quite normally when they're talking, yet this could be interpreted as being loud and aggressive. A sense of cultural awareness could be helpful in understanding the students that you teach, and a good step forwards for students and community to learn together to make things better for the future, and a step forward in working with parents, community and reducing exclusions. 4. Recruitment and retention of BAME teachers and support for leadership pathways. Research has shown that black children who have black teachers tend to do better, and we know that diverse teams can be more effective due to the greater range of ideas, which benefits all pupils and the whole school. More black teachers and leaders will serve as good role models and lead to further increase in BAME teachers to at least reflect the multicultural society they serve. 5. The environment. Ensuring that the environment our young people grow up in reflects the kind of society we want for our children to grow up in, one that reflects equality, diversity, inclusion and achievement by all. This will be reflected in the imagery around them, the staff around them, and the ethos around them, and the sense that they all belong and are accepted. So should we be hopeful for the future? Yes, we should always be hopeful for the future, because this is something that we have the power to change and we can do together. Coronavirus gave us time to think, reflect, make changes to our lives that we never expected to, behave in ways that we never did before, and those changes very quickly began to feel normal, or should I say, a new normal. So why shouldn't it be like this for other areas of our lives where we're now reflecting on what we could do better? The Bible tells us to love our neighbour as you love yourself. Mark 12:31. It is one of the greatest commandments. Changes brought about by the coronavirus often brought out some of the best in people. Can we do the same again for race equality issues and change what we do today to get a better tomorrow? Changing hearts and minds to create an equal society we can be proud of? Yes, we can. So how are you feeling today? Are you refreshed and ready to make a difference? Here are some key questions to think about. What kind of society do you want for ourselves and our next generation? Do you believe that change is necessary, possible, or achievable? How far do you agree with One Bristol curriculum approach, or what would you do differently? And what role can churches and Christian organisations play to support schools in all of this? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you so much for all that you have just shared. We want to just take a moment off the back of Esther's talk to recognise that actually, for many of us, that's quite an emotive issue and an emotive session that we have just sat through. There'll be people with us watching who, for you, there's first-hand experience that actually comes up and is challenging the memory of racism and racist incidents and not being recognised in the education system. And so we just want to recognise that as we go into our next part of the day, and also recognise that for many of us, and I definitely include myself in this category, that actually there's an emotive challenge because we become acutely aware that we need to do better and we need to be better in this area. So we just want to recognise that actually there may be a lot of emotion following on from Esther's talk, but we are so grateful to Esther for all that you've shared and all that you are leading over in Bristol.
It is such an important conversation, isn't it? And I'm incredibly grateful for the people that are hosting conversations. I've been involved in quite a few Zoom calls and have had one-on-one conversations with friends who are helping us to unpack some of these issues. I'm really grateful for the books that have been written. Rennie Edo-Lodge's book, Why I'm No Longer Talking to White People About Race. Ben Lindsay's book, Why We Need to Talk About Race. Those two books in particular, in a way it feels a little bit weird that we're hosting the sort of follow-on from Esther's presentation as to white people. But we kind of, one of the things I took from those two books is that white guilt doesn't help us to make positive decisions and to enact change, we kind of have to do this thing together. And that means acknowledging that I have unconscious bias. Of course, there are things that I need to change, but I'm not fully aware of them yet, so I have to be a participant in the conversation. And that's why input like Esther's and Aisha's is so important, and ongoing conversations are important too. And just want to take this moment on behalf of Prayer Spaces in Schools and Youthscape to say that we are utterly committed to change. We're utterly committed to becoming more diverse and equal in the way that we work and the way that we see and the way that we engage with people. We know that we've got learning to do. We know that we could do better, but we are committed to this journey. This isn't the end of the conversation by any means, but it's the beginnings of one that we need to continue. And perhaps being part of Black History Month is a moment for us to just to continue that conversation and not let it close up.
Yeah, absolutely, and take the opportunities to lead in that space as well, because I think for me it brings me back to what Jill was sharing at the beginning of the day about us being leaders and rabbis and elders, and actually not being people that are going to sit back and watch change happen and wait for it to happen around us, but being those who are going to step into it, be actively bringing change about in the places that we are called to lead in. So we are so grateful for all of your contributions, Esther. There was another question, wasn't there, Phil?
Yeah, we did pose a question to Esther, which was, what can we do as a church? What can the church do to engage in these issues? And she's kind of cheekily thrown it back at us at the end of the session. You know, in a way, if we were in a room, this would be the perfect moment to turn our chairs around and just talk about our experience, to own up to our own feelings, perhaps of discomfort in this moment, or I don't know what to do. There could be a whole variety of feelings. I kind of wish we had that moment now where we could talk to one another. But perhaps Esther's question is appropriate in that now, right now, here and now, isn't the time to try and answer that. The time, the place is back in our team meetings, in the organisation that we work for, back in our churches, back in our small groups, back in our homes with our families. That's where we need to answer this question: what are we going to do about these issues? So, Esther, thank you for refusing to answer the question and passing it back to us, because we know we need to answer it.
Absolutely. Well, in a moment, we are going to hear from Rachel, who's going to close the day for us and going to talk to us and inspire us to think again about what hope looks like in our circumstances from that really powerful passage in Jeremiah. But for now, we have one final opportunity to head over to our children and young people who are talking to us again for the final time today about hope and what hope means to them. So enjoy, listen to them, be challenged by them, and we'll see you on the other side.
Like hoping that your best friend will come to your birthday.
To think I can do something. It means for me to believe something or to wish that something will come true.
Keep looking forward to things ahead. A feeling of what you want can be had.
Just looking forward to something, I guess.
Thought you can rely on.
To me, hope is the confident expectation of what God promised us.
My name is Hope, so I think hope is very, very important.
I get hope from family, friends.
The aspiration of being an actor.
Friends and family cheer me on.
God, something good is going to happen.
People standing up to injustice.
I get my hope from being around joyful people.
We can all try to make the atmosphere better and all try to be joyful.
I think people doing kind things should be recognised.
I think we should all keep a diary about everything in the day that we've done that's kind.
positive messages from teachers.
We can all try to make the atmosphere better and all try to be joyful.
I hope this pandemic will be over soon so we can all go back to normal.
I hope we will all be kind to each other, climate change will stop, and the things that are wrong with the world will be right.
I hope that we can stop all the world's problems like poverty and war and hunger.
Going back to school will be a normal change for everyone.
I hope that lockdown will be over soon so I can hug my friends and be useful with my friends and have fun with them.
School will be the same again.
That by the end of the whole COVID thing, we will all feel safe.
That everybody in this school will have faith.
Weren't they incredible? We're so delighted that we could include the voices of children and young people. They will be somewhere sat in their classrooms, hopefully in school or at home learning. But we are so grateful to them for their contribution. The day just wouldn't have been the same without them. But talking of contributions, Phil.
What a great link.
Yeah.
Contributions. This is an opportunity to contribute. Today has been packed with outstanding content. I'm sure you'll agree with me. I've been inspired. I'm sure you have too. Questions have been provoked. There's been so much that I'm grateful for from today, and so much that I will go back and watch as well when the links come out. And what an incredible thing. It's all been free. It's been completely free. Kind of. It actually hasn't been free because Youthscape and Prayer Spaces in Schools have paid a few £1,000s to put this on. Not once, but twice. We've tried to do this. And we'd really like to invite you to participate in that, to contribute to that, to help us, to offset the cost. But do you know, more than that, I want to ask you to donate, to be generous in giving to Prayer Spaces in Schools and Youthscape. Help us, be generous towards us so that we can continue to be generous with all the different children and young people that we are working with. Now, some of you, you may work for an organisation or a church and you'll want to go away from today and talk to those that are in charge of the budgets and talk about what you might want to give. You know, if we put this on live, the ticket price might have been £20. Jemima, I would have paid £20 for this. Would you?
Yeah.
Tech team at the back there, would you have paid £20?
We got
yeah, there
thumbs
are
up.
lots of thumbs up there. Everyone would have paid £20 for today. So maybe that's what you want to consider. But whatever it is, joking aside, whatever it is that you feel you want to donate towards today and towards the ongoing work of Prayer Spaces in Schools and Youthscape, we would be incredibly grateful. But there is a way that you can give right now in these next few minutes. And Jemima, how is that possible?
Yes, good question, Phil. So I am here to talk you through how you can give if you would like to give today. So on your screens is about to appear some instructions for how you can contribute. So you can text the word HOPE in capital letters to 70145 to give a £5 one-off donation. And you can do that as many times as you like. Or you can use your camera. I'm sure you know how to do this by now. Open your camera and scan the QR code on your phone and a link will appear. You can follow the link to our giving page. But there's just a couple of few practical details that I need to share with you. Obviously, Prayer Spaces in Schools and Youthscape are two separate charities, and the Prayer Spaces in Schools is part of 24/7 Prayer. And very, very kindly, 24/7 Prayer have agreed to manage all the donations that we receive today on behalf of our two organisations. All donations will be split equally between prayer spaces in schools and Youthscape, including the gift aid. And hopefully that is everything I need to say, but I also want to say a huge thank you to everybody that is giving right now or will consider giving in the future. Your donations do make so much possible, and we are so incredibly grateful for your generosity. We're in awe, and we are very, very grateful for all that you're giving. We are going to leave the screen up for a moment because we know that for some people it takes a few more minutes, especially if you've gone through to the giving page. So sit back, enjoy our elevator music for just a minute, and then we will be back in a second.
Thank you so much to those of you who've been donating. We're incredibly grateful. Your generosity enables us to be generous. A couple of people have been asking about receipts. And yes, if you email us, we can email a receipt to you, so there's no problem.
I think, Phil, they might automatically get a receipt.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So
That's
already.
Even more technologically advanced than I expected, so fantastic.
Amazing.
What's next? Come on.
Our next keynote is our final keynote for the day, and we are so delighted that the wonderful Rachel Gardner is going to share with us a bit of encouragement from the Bible, unpacking Jeremiah 29:11 and thinking about what does hope look like for us. So what does it mean for us to carry hope into the situations and the places that we go into and that we lead in? So we are genuinely delighted to have Rach with us today.
So for the final time, use the chat stream in YouTube. Post your reflections, your comments, the things that inspire you from what Rach has to say right now.
Okay, please don't judge me, but there are situations where I take a really perverse comfort out of the fact that I'm not the most terrified person in the room. Take flying, for example. Youthscape a few years ago asked me to get into a very tiny plane in very bad weather and fly to very beautiful Isle of Man. And I'm terrified. I'm not good at flying. And as I was sat as the plane was taxiing down the runway, I was so comforted that the person across the aisle from me was already mid-ugly crying with snot rolling down their face. I mean, there are times I can actually manage my fear of flying with helpful facts, like, for example, you would need to have 2 complete careers as an airline pilot before you ever experience engine failure. Or at that kind of height and and that kind of speed, flying a plane is like sailing a boat because the air is as thick as water. But for all the times that I can bolster my hope with facts like this, there of course are always situations where it's not easy to find facts to bolster your hope. The other week I was at Preston Minster and there'd been a horrible stabbing in front of the church the day before, and blood was everywhere, and when the police had finished dealing with the person that had been stabbed and took them to hospital and taken off the cordon that had surrounded it, we as a church were left with just the remnants of this horrible violent attack. And so Jace, my husband, and I picked up our buckets and our mops and we got really angry, like, not on our watch, we're going to clean up these streets. And we began to scrub the blood off the steps in front of the church and off the high street that the church is placed on. But it was really interesting because people's reactions took me by surprise. Most people, most strangers who walked by got really cross with me. Why are you doing this? Was their main response. Like, this is going to happen again. This city is in a really bad state. Like, why are you cleaning up the blood? And eventually I thought, I'm not just going to brush it off and say, oh, it's fine. Eventually I began to say, yeah, it might well happen again. In fact, it probably will happen again. But when it does happen again, we're going to clean the blood off the steps because we believe that this city is better than this, and we believe in a God who can change even the most violent of hearts. When we're faced with situations that are not okay, and you know it's not going to change for a long time, platitudes like, oh, don't worry, it'll be fine, are just not helpful, are they? I react really negatively to being told everything is fine when blatantly it's not. And on a good day, I kind of think that is wishful thinking. On a bad day, it's like an out-and-out lie. And when something is not okay, it's okay to say it's not okay. And in fact, hope doesn't sound like it's fine. Hope sounds like it's not okay, but this is not all there is. Because you see, in situations like that, for me, cleaning the blood off the streets, what began to grow in me was a sense that we need a new perspective, like a new hope, a new way of making sense of what can emerge out of the rubble of these difficult times. A hope that reminds us that even though it's not all okay, this is not all there is. Well, this conference today, New Hope, has a verse kind of over it, hasn't it, throughout the day? And it's Jeremiah 29:11, a verse that possibly you, like me, know really well. We've seen it on Pinterest, we maybe have a poster in our office, and it goes like this. God is saying, "For I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." And of course, this is one of the most famous, most quoted, most prop me up when I'm feeling uncertain verses in Scripture. But it comes out of a time in Israelites' history that was one of the most painful. The people of Israel, who for so long knew that God was with them because they were in their country and they were by their temple, had just had their identity ripped from them. Half of them had been captured as slaves by the Babylonian Empire and carried off to Babylon. And in the midst of their utter despair and confusion, they didn't know where they were or who they were or whose they were crying out for answers. And Jeremiah, God's friend, a prophet of God, brought to them some powerful words from God that went a bit like this. God says, stuff's going to be like this for a while. It's not going to get better anytime soon, guys. And in fact, the people that are saying to you, oh, it's okay, God wouldn't do stuff like this to you, those people are lying. And the people that he's referring to, we see in Jeremiah 28, is a prophet called Hananiah. And Hananiah, I don't blame him for this. Hananiah is with the people of God in their pain and dismay. And he says this to them, listen, guys, listen, it's okay. God's told me that we're only going to be here for a couple of years. And then he's going to take us back to Jerusalem and everything will be fine. So basically, just grin and bear it. It's going to be okay. And initially, Jeremiah agrees with him in chapter 28. He's like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then God has a word with Jeremiah and says this, Jeremiah, Hananiah is lying. And in fact, it's really brutal. Jeremiah has to go and say to Hananiah this: you have made these people trust in a lie. You will die because you've uttered rebellion against the Lord. And Jeremiah has that really tough job of exposing and silencing a lie, and then landing the hard truth that God hasn't forgotten them. God loves them, but they're going to be in exile for the next 70 years before God brings them back to their land, which basically means that nobody who heard Jeremiah saying that would be alive when God restored them to Israel. But God will bring them home. And at the heart of the promise in Jeremiah 29:11 is not a God saying, well, I'll just sit back for the next 70 years till you learn your lesson. It's a God saying, I've made a covenant promise with you. And even though nothing in the circumstance is going to change for quite a while, you need to know that I've not abandoned you, and I will never leave you, and I will make sure that you prosper, and my plans for you are for good even here. And the promise in Jeremiah 20:11 is not that God will make everything go away. It's that even in the midst of its uncertainty, his people can flourish and they can thrive. And God is so utterly determined to bless them that he even chucks this challenge their way. So settle down, marry, get jobs, put your roots down, and what's more, bless this city. Bless the people who have brought you into exile. Bless those who have caused all this pain in your life, because as they prosper, so will you. And of course, this is not what the people wanted to hear. They wanted the hollow hope of Hananiah's words. They didn't want the hard, holy hope of Jeremiah's words. And yet that verse, even though we take it out of context so often, that verse resonates so much to us today now because we know the truth of that, don't we? We know the truth that even in the most uncertain times, we can build our hopes on the promises of God. But just like the people didn't want to hear this hope, sometimes we don't want to hear this either. Like, we want to know the joy of the Lord without the experience of exile. We want to grow strong in our faith without always following Christ on the road to Calvary. Like, we long, don't we, to have godly impact in the lives of young people, but without the painful cost of investment. So does this feel like you right now? I know it feels like me. Would you like things to be a lot easier? As you've sat through and listened to the most incredible challenge and input from fantastic speakers today, has there been a corner of your heart that said, oh, I wish I didn't have to be doing schools ministry in this context. Like, I wish we didn't have to be thinking about coronavirus and the kind of the pandemic implications. I wish it was like it was a couple of years ago. That was the glory days. Like, God, you could really do stuff in and through me if I didn't have to be COVID compliant. Like, it would be so much easier if it wasn't this now. And maybe the invitation for you today is to see that God is excited that you are his minister of hope here now. God is not lying in ruins among the rubble. God did not cause the pandemic, but the promises of God that he will be faithful to you and to the young people you serve in this can be built upon. The gospel is a signpost to God's hope, isn't it? The gospel tells us that hope has visited us. It's permanent. This is hope you can trust, hope you can build your life upon. And the challenge for you and I as we step into this unknown new academic year is to be people that don't simply stir the pot of hollow hope, as easy and as nice as that sounds in the interim. But we are those that hold on to the holy hope that even though the situation might look bleak, even though we need to rethink a lot of what we do, even though it's going to stretch us and stretch our faith and stretch our skills and stretch our team, that God will prove faithful to his word. And we want to be those who shine with holy hope. I mean, imagine this. Imagine your presence in your local school your local PRU, your local university or college, as somebody who is allowing your prophetic imagination of what God could do and wants to do to be inspired by that hope. That you're someone that says, yeah, this is difficult, this is tough, but this is not all there is. God is delighted that he has you at such a time as this. And God has called you to this context, to your community at such a time as this. And God's promise to you is that he will never leave you. Earlier in Jeremiah, there's this beautiful thing where God says, before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. And that's God's word to you. Before you were formed in your mother's womb, God knew you. And all your life he has been faithful. And even now he will be faithful. So rather than stirring hollow hope, be a leader of holy hope. And my 2 questions to leave you with, to resonate with as you go from here is this. Because you are somebody whose hope is built on God, what are your hopes going to be for the young people that you serve? And interrogate them. Are they big enough? Are they audacious enough? Are they daring enough? Do they come from that deep promise that God will never, ever leave you and never leave them? And the second one is, so how can you live in this season in such a way that allows these hopes to surface in your life? That as young people experience you, they experience the hope that you've built your life and your calling on.
Wow, thank you so much, Rachel. That was amazing. Liz commented in the chat, hope says, this is not okay, but this is not all there is. I think that was the line that really captured me. Hope says, this is not okay, but this is not all there is. It reminds me of that World Teachers' Day theme that we mentioned earlier, reimagining the future, leading in crisis, reimagining the future. Thank you so much, Rach.
Yeah, and it's that reminder, isn't it, that if we're going to have a new hope for what the future of schools work and schools ministry is going to look like, and what our roles and our jobs and our calling is going to look like in the coming months, that new hope has to be a holy hope. It has to be something that is built on the truth of God, not the lie of society, that actually we're going to pull through and we're going to be fine. And we do believe that we are going to pull through and that we are going to be fine, but not at the expense of just brushing over the pain that we are in at the moment, that people are feeling. The passage that God's been really speaking to me about is actually the following passage a few books later on in Ezra, when the church regathers, the Israelites regather, and they rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. And the first time after, I think it's 70 years, or it's 50 years at that point, it's 50 years, and it's the first time that they're worshipping together. And they said there was such a loud sound that you couldn't tell whether it was weeping or rejoicing, because all of the emotions were being experienced. And it was a good 20 years on after that they celebrated the Passover together in that place again. So I think for all of us, whether that journey for us is another few months or another few years, or hopefully not 70 years in the case of Jeremiah's prophecy, but we do hope that when we get together, when we get back off the other side of this, that we can really be able to respond and bring to God all of our emotion, all the pain, the rejoicing, the worship that we are experiencing off the back of this. But that new hope has to be a holy hope. I think that's what really stood out for me. Phil, how about you?
Yeah, I would say the same, and I think you're right. There's that recognition that there is pain and struggle, the mourning, the grieving, but there is also excitement. We're coming to the end of our day. It's been a fantastic day together, and we felt it was important right towards the end of this day, having gathered all of our thoughts and our feelings, that we kind of send one another out, that we commission one another, that we receive the commissioning of God in this moment as well, acknowledging that for some of us our our hearts are breaking because of the struggle and the trouble that we see when we see the crowds of children and young people that we're working with. And for others of us, our hearts are rejoicing right now. And all of that is okay. It is okay to be okay. It's okay to not be okay at the moment. And so we're going to pray together. I'm going to read a scripture in a moment from Paul's letter to the Romans, and I'd really like to invite you to join me in receiving God's commission, receiving that commission that God gave to Jeremiah. I'm sending you to be an arbiter, a catalyst for a new future, a new hope and a new future. So I hope you will join with me. Why don't we just place our hands over our hearts right now? Wherever you are, whether you're sitting in front of your laptop screen or maybe you're at school right now, maybe you're in your church office, I don't know, maybe you're still sitting in bed in your pajamas. If so, great. Let's place our hands over our hearts and let's ask God to place his hands there too. For some of us, that is an invitation. Heal my heart right now. I feel a little bit heavy-hearted and broken-hearted. For others, it's ignite a deeper passion, a new passion. Help me to reimagine the future. Let's place our hearts over our hands. Our hands over our hearts. I've done so well today and finally got my words mixed up. Let's place our hands over our hearts right now. And I want to read these commissioning words from the Apostle Paul to the church in Rome. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. I'm going to read that one more time because it's amazing. Let's let these words really sink in. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Well, we are going to now spend a moment and the first act of the Commission people, we're going to pray. We're going to pray for our schools, for our students that we work with. We will all have carried young people here that we care for, that we carry with us in our hearts, in our minds. All of you will represent a young person or a group of young people, and we want to pray for them. And as we are freshly commissioned, we want this to be our first act as a commissioned people. So I want to invite you to stand if you are able and want to, or position yourself in the direction of your closest school or the school that you serve and support and work in. And if you're in the school, obviously you can just stand wherever you want because you're there already. But we want to position ourselves, we want to physically move as a mark of ourselves, saying we're going to reposition ourselves today. We're going to reposition our hope for the schools for today, and we're going to we want to pray for them and we want to bring them before God. So that's what we're going to do right now. So I just invite you to pray as I pray. So, Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for our schools. Thank you that you have given us the privilege and the joy of working with them, of supporting them, of serving our young people, of supporting our teachers and the school staff, Lord. We recognise the privilege and the honour that it is to be the ones called to serve there, but we also know that it's a tough place to be. And God, we pray for your grace and your peace with us as we step into everything that you have got for us in this new season, everything that you're calling us to, everything that you are asking us to step into and lead. And Lord, we pray for our head teachers. We pray your strength, your peace, your energy, your life in them as they are making decisions in a really difficult situation. Lord, we pray for the teachers who are holding schools together, who are investing so much more than just education into the lives of the young people that they work with. And God, we lift before you the incredible children and young people that we know and love and serve. God, we pray that you would just make yourself known to them, that you would be close to them, that you would be giving them a holy sense of hope, that you are in control of the future and that you are with us on that journey, no matter how easy or how hard that might be. So God, we pray for your blessings on our schools today. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jemima. Thank you, everyone. We're at the end of our day. Just a little hot tip here. I don't know what you're like at the end of a conference day or a time when you've been in something that's been full of lots of different content. I sometimes don't quite know what do I do next. My friend Tim, who's probably watching somewhere, has these three great questions to leave with at the end of a conference like this. And so I want to offer those to you as well. The first question is this: what's in your heart? What is the thing that's inspired you? What was the thing that excited you? What was the thing that made you go, wow, yes? So what's in your heart? The second question, what's in your head? What's the new idea? What's the question that you still need to find an answer to? What's the new thought, the new way of thinking that you've picked up as you've gone through today? And then the final question is, what is in your hands? It's a common question in Scripture, isn't it? What's in your hands, Moses? What have you already got? What is the thing that you know you need to do today or tomorrow? What's the email that you need to send? Who's the person that you need to talk to? What's the thing that you need to start as a result of today? So those three questions: what's in your hearts, what's in your head, and what's in your hands. I hope those are useful questions.
Now, we couldn't end this day without saying a few really important thank yous, because it hasn't just been us here on your screens. There have been so many incredible people that have contributed to this day and made it possible. So firstly, to our planning teams. These are the people on the Youthscape teams, on the Prayer Spaces and Schools teams who have made this day possible. There have been some of our teams in the seminars, hosting them, making sure that everyone has the right links, making sure that we can see the comments from the chats. We want to say a huge thank you to our teams, and particularly we want to say a thank you to Tandia and David, because without them this just would not have been possible. So David and Tandia, a huge thank you.
Can we say a special for David? This glorious set was largely David's imagination, wasn't it?
I know. I came down here one day and I came down in the morning and there was just the regular conference space like there normally is, and then I came down in the afternoon and I genuinely was like, jaw hit the floor when I saw it. Amazing. It's absolutely beautiful.
And on the social media yesterday, if you didn't spot, we had a little spot the difference test. We had this set up and then a slightly adjusted version. If you want to still join in with our Spot the Difference competition, please feel free to do that. There are some very subtle changes.
Yeah, and apologies to David, because we definitely moved your set around. But anyway, we'll move on. So the next set of thank yous is to our phenomenal tech team. We want to say a huge thank you. They have not only been brilliant today, but they've been amazing over the last 2 weeks, because as you can imagine, it was a pretty difficult day a couple of weeks ago for us as everything fell apart in one go. But we are so incredibly grateful to them. They have got us through and they've made it look beautiful and sound beautiful, and hopefully today has gone very smoothly. We think it has, and we are so incredibly grateful to them as well.
I guess lastly, we just want to say thank you to you. You've participated in the Zoom conversations, the seminars. Lots of you sharing your ideas as well as your feedback comments to the keynote presentations. And just to say thank you again, thank you to those of you that have already donated, and especially to those who are going to go back to the churches and organisations. We're incredibly grateful for your generosity to us as organisations as well. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. And just a reminder, all of our seminars and keynotes are going to be available after today, after we finish in a few moments. And we are incredibly grateful to our keynote and seminar speakers as well for all of their wonderful content, amazing insights, and again, those children and young people who
They were stars.
They were great, weren't they?
Absolute
so
stars.
inspiring. So do go and check it out and share it. We really would love you to keep engaging. Go back and refresh your memories and watch something new, be inspired again. But Phil, from us.
You will hear from us.
Yeah.
We're going to send you probably 2 emails. One in the next few hours, hopefully, which will invite a little bit of feedback and give you some ways to connect in future, and then we'll follow that up with an email with all the details of how to get access to all the content. But I think that's about it. It's time to say goodbye.
It is.
It feels a bit sad.
It does feel really sad, but we'll be back again at some point in the future, whether online or in person, for another Schools Work Conference Day, I'm sure. But for now, thank you very much, everybody. Take care.